Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the February 27th Planning Commission meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And Carissa, would you please do a roll call?
Yes. Chair Riley.
Here.
Vice Chair Gov.
Here.
Commissioner Freeman.
Here.
Commissioner Hall.
Here.
Commissioner Tarney.
Here.
Great. At this time, I would like to invite anyone who is interested in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, at this time, I would like to invite the audience to come up to the podium for public comment. Public comment at this period of the hearing should not relate to any of the hearing items. So if you want to address the commission on anything that's not on the agenda, I invite you to the podium, and you have 3 minutes to speak, and we ask that you share your name. So if you're interested in speaking, please come to the podium. And I don't see anyone coming towards the podium, so I will close public comment. And we will move forward to our first public hearing of the evening under minor review. This is item 5.1. Application 2019 50154, use permit zoning clearance, State Route 89 South Communications Facility use permit and zoning clearance. And I will pass the mic to Laura.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. The project site for this new telecommunications facility is west of Highway 89 South. As you can see there, the Crossroads Shopping Center is to the northwest, and then the Donner Creek Mobile Home Park is down here to the southeast. The railroad tracks are just south. This site is actually located in the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way, so it doesn't have a parcel number or an address associated with it. You can see it's barely in the general commercial zoning there, which is the purple. And then this shows this no designation area, which is all along the railroad tracks, where the site is located for the general plan. The application requests approval of a use permit and zoning clearance for a new 110-foot monopine wireless telecommunications facility, and there's some associated equipment that would go along with that. As I said, it would be located within the Union Pacific Railroad right-of-way. It's an unmanned tower intended to enhance the wireless facilities in the area. And there would be a 50 by 50 lease area that all of the facilities would be located within. And it would be accessed from an existing dirt road that comes off of 89 South. And you can see that dirt road here with the encroachment onto the highway and the location of the tower in relation to the surrounding uses. This is a site plan. We can come back to this if you have any questions. We need to refer to it. The goals that the applicant has stated for the project are to improve the services for wireless in the area. They've identified that it's necessary to improve coverage and capacity, and that the height is needed for enhanced emergency services, better reception, and their goal is to reduce risk of injury or death through better service and promote efficient public services through the cellular phone service enhancements. Sorry about all the text on the slide. It's the regulatory requirements, so that gets a little wordy. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 is what primarily governs these types of facilities. That limits the ability of state and local jurisdictions to regulate these types of facilities. We have pretty limited regulatory authority, so we can't impose any requirements, regardless of what our use permit requirements are or other development code regulations that would prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting provision of wireless services. So that's been interpreted by the courts to say that if the wireless carrier shows that there is a gap in coverage and has demonstrated that they have found the least intrusive way of filling that gap, that we cannot deny their application. So the applicant put together some coverage maps to show the existing conditions up here in the location of the cell tower. And then down here you can see the green areas where it would be improved with the facility. They also put this together to show where all of the nearest facilities are. So you can see that those are quite a distance away from where this would be located. So the staff feels that they've provided sufficient documentation to show that they made a good faith effort to locate that facility and enough analysis to show that there's an existing gap in coverage. This is an elevation showing what the monopine would look like. They've designed it to look like a pine tree. It's in an area surrounded by mature pine trees that are about 50 to 100 feet in height. They would need to remove 2 trees from the lease area to construct it. We required condition of approval number 16, which would have them provide samples of the branches to the community development director before we issue building permits to review those, make sure they would match the surrounding trees. And we asked them to look at the top of the tree to potentially make that a little more pointy, which would look more like a natural tree. And also a new condition, this came out of a question from Commissioner Tarnay earlier about the slope on the site. She was asking what that exact slope was. I went back and did some calculations and came back at 20.3, which would be over 20%, obviously, and that would require an additional use permit. So I spoke with the applicant, and he was in agreement with including a condition of approval that says that they'll demonstrate through the building permit that that disturbance won't exceed 20%. So if you're comfortable with that, we would be adding that condition tonight. They prepared some renderings to show the existing and what that would look like with the monopine looking from a couple different angles. General plan, like I said, there's no land use designation that's identified for this site, but we do have policies that talk about maintaining our neighborhood character and also encouraging expansion of telecommunications facilities. So I walked through some of those in the staff report. We feel that the project meets those general plan goals and policies. There were a few development code things that I looked at in the staff report, one of which was the CMU wall that the applicant's proposing to surround the facility. They initially had talked about doing a 6-foot tall chain link fence with barbed wire on top. We discouraged them from doing that since our code prohibits barbed wire, and suggested they look at a CMU wall instead. So they were open to doing that. They're asking that it be 8 feet tall instead of 6 feet because they feel that that's necessary for safety and security. So I went back and looked at a 2013 commission review for a cell tower that was also proposing an 8-foot tall wall. And with that one, there were some concerns with the aesthetics of the taller wall, but that was in the middle of a ski slope in Tahoe Donner, so a little bit of a different situation than this. That's something you can consider whether you think that 8 feet makes sense in this case. There is some flexibility in the code for regulatory types of walls, so you could potentially make a similar use finding to say that the additional 2 feet can be approved. If so, we would modify that condition from 6 to 8 feet. They're proposing some retaining walls that are up to 6 feet. We don't have a standard height limit on those, although the hillside development standards do have guidance on how those should be terraced to reduce the sort of overall mass that you would see. So the applicant agreed to do some terracing to address concerns about what the overall visual impact of having a 8-foot tall wall and a 6-foot tall retaining wall could be. So they made that change. The height limit in the CG zoning district is 50 feet, but we do have an exception for telecommunications facilities. It says that they can exceed the standard height limits. The applicant's proposing to underground the utilities, which complies with our code standards for that. And access is required for all projects. So in this case, we asked them to provide documentation that they have legal access to the project site, which they did through their lease with the Union Pacific Railroad, and then also asked them to verify with Caltrans that they don't need an encroachment permit to access the site from 89, which they were able to verify. So we included a condition of approval number 18, which just requires them to maintain that ongoing legal access. They're not proposing exterior lighting at this time, so we just required through the conditions that if they do in the future, that would need to meet our exterior lighting standards. They do have some signage proposed, which was talked about in the staff report. We included a condition of approval that would require all of that to comply with our sign code standards at the time of building permit issuance. It looked like the overall size of the signage would fall within that 10 square feet that's allowed. So the land use permits that would be required are a use permit for the telecommunications facility, and then a zoning clearance based on the site disturbance. We included a recommended set of conditions and findings in the resolution to support the approval of those two entitlements. We didn't receive any public comment on this project. Our recommendation in terms of CEQA would be to find the project exempt per section 15303 of the CEQA guidelines. That's of small facilities and structures, and that's one that's commonly used for this type of cell tower facility. So that condition that I mentioned earlier that we would add, this is the language talking about demonstrating that it won't exceed 20% in terms of the slope disturbance. So our recommendation would be to adopt Resolution 2020-03, approving these permanent and zoning clearance as amended, and determining the project exempt from CEQA per section 15303 of the CEQA guidelines. You could also choose to continue the hearing if you feel that you need more information from staff or the applicant. You could add, delete, or modify conditions of approval, deny the project if you find that the findings can't be made, or require additional environmental review. And if you take action tonight, the appeal period would end at 5 p.m. on March 9th. So the applicant is here to answer questions, and I'm also happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you, Laura. Is the applicant making a presentation?
Nope, he's just here in case you have questions.
Okay, great. And I will move forward with opening the hearing to public comment. If anyone would like to address the Planning Commission on this matter, please step up to the podium, state your name, and then when you're finished, if you fill out a speaker card on the back table and give that to Carissa, that would be great. Thank you. So, okay, I don't see any, did you want to know? Okay. I'm going to close the public comment portion of the hearing, and we'll move forward with questions for staff. Does anyone have any questions for staff at this time?
I have a few.
Great. We'll start with you, Dan.
Let's see. First, you said they were gonna present a sample of the branches. Does that include a color sample?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the only, I guess, not a question for staff, but a comment, if we're ready for that.
No, let's stick to questions. I didn't clarify this go around, but we'll do questions for staff, then questions, if any, for the applicant, then any other clarifying matters, and then we'll move into deliberations. So, yeah, we'll wait. Thank you for asking. You're done?
I do have a question. Yeah, my question, and this may be, hopefully staff can answer this, but if not, I guess the applicant could. Will there be any roadway improvements that'll be required for this? Is it going to remain just that dirt road, or is there going to be pavement? Is there going to be any gating, security, anything like that?
I believe there's an existing gate on the dirt road, and I think they're planning to use the dirt road as is, but the applicant could add anything to that if needed.
So if you could come up to the podium, please, and that way you're on the record and the people at home watching can hear what you have to say.
Someone left their shades up here.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, there is a gate there, and
Is that microphone on?
Push the red button.
is that better?
Perfect.
Yeah, there is a gate on site set back a little bit from the entryway, and essentially we put our lock on that gate and share that with the UPRR, the Union Pacific.
Okay, and so you guys are basically leasing that land from the railroad?
Yeah, we actually have a national MLA, so we lease property from the railroad all over the country.
And then what's the lease, the term on that lease length?
I'm not sure. That's governed by their master agreement, but they're usually 25 or 30 years with basically 5-year intervals.
Okay. And back to the roadway, you guys aren't going to do any roadway improvements. You'll just use that existing dirt road and just cut a path to your site?
Yeah, I mean, there's always the chance that during construction, something could come up where they don't have proper access, which would be handled through Public Works, planning, if needed. But that's the plan. And once it's built, they visit it on average maybe once a month for maintenance. So they don't have a big access concern once it's built, but during construction would be when it's used most.
And how do you guys access it in the winter?
Try not to. Honestly, we just try not to. We try to do all of our construction in the spring, and if it goes down or something in the winter, then we have techs that have 4x4 vehicles that can access it. But I wouldn't expect any real construction to happen during the 7 months or so.
I'm good. Thank you.
If you don't mind staying up there, I will check if Drusha or Susie, do you have questions for staff, or do you want to, we could move?
Okay, I'm not sure who this is for. Were different sites considered further away from, is that a scenic corridor along 89 there?
No.
Okay.
But I believe the applicant could talk to the other sites that they looked at.
Yeah, there's a building somewhat close by that we saw earlier, but it's a residential building. Generally not a good spot, if at all avoidable, and it just doesn't have enough height. That's one of the issues, is getting enough height to provide proper coverage for the carrier, and particularly if you're going to have co-locators, carriers in the future that may want to locate there. There's just not enough height using the existing structures that are out there.
In terms of the color and the branch type and all of that, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of comments on that tonight, how did you match and I guess I'm talking, is this okay that I'm working with him? Okay. How did you match color to make sure that it blends? Because I know those visual sims, it looks pretty good, but I also know that, like along 80, we have an example of one that doesn't look so good.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, there's no shortage of bad ones to look at. But we use, there's different type of pines. There's kind of a high elevation pine that's more for the drier climate like this. There's not a ton of different pines that we use. There's not like 100 different ones, but there is a good 4 or 5 different types of pines that we use. And we've used a bunch. We use a company called Larson, and it's a heavy density branch count. Everyone probably says it, but it is a top of the line tree. Larson makes super good pine tree that represents most pines. It's not as specific as, say, a Douglas fir, canary pine. We often get requests for that, and it's not that specific, but I've never had a complaint with this particular type of tree matching tree color. Plus, you'll see when we bring in the sample, that'll also help.
Is it a fir or a pine?
It's a general pine.
Thanks.
Susie, do you have any
I'm
questions?
sorry, I just have a follow-up question for staff on that one, but that, just to be clear, that the samples that the applicant will bring in, that'll be covered at the staff level, right?
Correct, through the building permit process.
Can I move to Susie now? Okay. Susie, did you have any questions for staff or the applicant? We'll just roll it all together.
Perfect. I do. So I don't know if this is for staff or you, but exactly how far is it from the road? So I did walk out to the site. I put the coordinates into my phone and walk out there. And by the way, you won't need a 4-wheel drive. I mean, I walked out there in my sneakers through the snow, so if they need to get there in the winter, I don't think it's going to be that bad. But do we know how far it is from the road? Because it's not actually that far when you're standing out there.
I took a measurement in Google Earth, and it looked like about 160 feet. You can.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about 158 feet or something from the entrance back to the compound.
What do you mean from the entrance?
From 89. From the access road entry.
You're talking about coming up the road on here as opposed to just looking straight out to where the road is?
Yeah, I'm talking from the actual dirt road entrance to the site.
I'm confused. I'm asking for the distance between where that point is to the road, like your
how-
short distance.
That's how I measured it at 160, was from here to the roadway.
Okay. As I'm standing there, I mean, I can see the colors of cars going by. They're not like tiny ant cars, you know what I mean? Like, I just think it's going to be visible from the road if it's a big brick wall. So I guess yeah. Moving on. So we talk about the trying to co-locate or stuff, but what happens if it's on top of like one of the grocery store buildings? I mean, it's obviously not a tree at that point, but is it just a pole sticking up? What does it look like if it's not a tree?
If it's a rooftop site, it's usually just antennas on top of the roof. And they'll usually set it back 10 feet or so, and they'll do stands, and it'll literally just be the antennas on the roof.
So I don't know what it looked like. We're talking an antenna like this big in diameter. I mean, obviously these buildings are not 100 feet tall. So would it have to be a big, looking like a mini Eiffel Tower, or would it just be an antenna that's sticking up?
Are you talking from a rooftop, or if you were doing like a ground-mounted facility? You're talking about if we put the antennas on like a traditional roof-mounted facility?
Yeah, if instead of doing this standalone tree, if we put it on top of, one of the grocery store buildings to the north of this, what would that look like? Is that a big construct, or is it an antenna that no one will notice?
It's usually an antenna that no one will notice. That's the goal. But
So why are we not doing that?
you just can't get the height that you need to provide the coverage for the wireless carrier. That's the biggest issue, particularly out here with the geography and topography of the area. And you can see on the coverage maps kind of how it propagates. I couldn't tell you exactly what would happen if you put it on that, but it's definitely way lower than what would be required. And in that case, once it gets to a certain threshold, they won't put a facility there because it's not worth justifying the cost for something that provides, 10-20% of the need.
And there's no way to build up the height on top of a building with something.
I've seen that overseas, but
Is it weird? And I just don't know what it would look like.
It's very weird, and structurally, it's insanely difficult. So that can be, depending on, that's a little more modern of a structure, but in San Francisco, you have those 3-story wood frame structures, and it's virtually impossible. These type of stores usually can do it with some minor upgrades.
They could do it.
Structurally, but not from a radio frequency perspective.
Okay. Thank you. And then can we go back to that picture of the plan view of what's happening there?
Which side was it?
I'm sorry, just the plan view looking down on the,
The site plan, I think.
yeah. So this is more for staff, but the square box kind of to the north, that's the retaining wall, and then the sort of oblong part, that's where the security wall would be? I don't know what you call that.
Are you talking about down here?
It's at the north part. I'm just trying to understand what it looks like. So the retaining wall is like the top of the rectangle, and then 6 feet in from that is where the security wall is, correct? It's the terrace. We have a terrace and then the wall.
Yeah, the terrace is strictly for to break up the size of the wall, because the retaining wall, I believe it's on the, I can't remember if it's the north or, I believe it's on the north side where the retaining wall would be visible. So it wouldn't just be the 8-foot wall, then you would have the retaining wall that essentially makes up for the wall that's buried on the south side. So in order to break that up and make it not so high, we've done kind of a tier system so that there's not a giant wall on that north side, I believe.
Do you see where I'm talking about, Laura? There's the dashed line just below the top edge of the rectangle?
Is it right here that you're talking about?
I don't see your mouse.
Yeah, we can't, we can't see your mouse on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the top of the rectangle, and then the next line down from there.
Oh, right here?
Yeah, that's where the security wall is, right? The 8-foot or 6-foot CMU wall. Is that correct?
So this is the fence. That's what's called out here. And then,
But the fence is no longer a fence, it's now a CMU wall.
right, it says CMU fence, but
Okay.
it would obviously be a wall. So are you just trying to figure out where the terracing is happening?
Yeah, so the terrace is right in front of that, and then the wall drops down, right?
Yeah, I think that's what Jake's saying.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that picture. Give me 1 second.
Will it be placed on a concrete pad that's roughly 50 feet by 50 feet?
No, the tower itself has a pretty substantial foundation depending on the soils, and then each individual carrier for their equipment shelter, those would be on a concrete pad.
So the tower itself, it has footings, but it's not on a pad, like a flat
No.
pad?
No, it's just a
Just footings?
substantial footing. Yeah, most of
Okay.
it is underground.
Okay. Sorry, Susie, if you want to jump in.
No, that's great. So is there any way to rectify it if that color does come back weird?
The tree branches or the
tree branches.
that would be something we would like to take care of prior to installation, because rebranching them can cost a lot. It's with enough sun and enough weather, they can fade over time, but we obviously don't want that to happen. And when that does, we do rebranch them.
And what would be the lifespan of something sun water fading? How long?
It should be a minimum 20 years. I think this permit's for, is it a 10-year? I don't recall, or it might be perpetual.
It's perpetual.
It's perpetual, okay. But there's a condition, I believe, that regulates maintaining the color of the branches. In other words, if the branches were fading, that would be something that staff could essentially force us to change.
Is that one of our conditions of approval? I don't remember reading anything like that.
I don't think we included a maintenance condition, but we could add one.
Do you know how the one above Safeway, how old that one is, and has it been redone?
We no longer call it the blue spruce. We've made some improvements since it was initially installed.
Yeah, well, that's I haven't noticed it,
Right.
so that's why I'm wondering. The color looks good, and it seems like it's been a while. Just as a point of reference.
I actually went to look today and couldn't find it,
Yeah,
which was good. I think I just have one more question. So there is a generator proposed on site, but there is no, I think at some point it says there will be no storing of hazardous materials, but there is a fuel-powered generator. Doesn't that require permitting storing hazardous materials?
Yeah, I don't recall if it had an actual tank on site, because oftentimes we'll have the generator and then we'll either have an Appleton plug, which this one has an actual generator that's there. And I was just looking, I don't recall if it has a fuel storage facility on site. And I was also talking with Laura, sometimes at a certain elevation, the diesel becomes propane because of elevation. And I don't recall what that exact elevation is where it has to be switched. So that's something I can find that out, though.
And then for staff, is there other regulations that have to be met if they are storing fuel on site for that generator?
Yeah, environmental health oversees that, and they did review the project and added their conditions. So they would have to go through their process as part of the building permit. So they would look at any hazardous materials.
So that is something that would come up later in the process?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's a normal generator, we have enough just in the fuel tank itself within the actual generator, but sometimes for high elevation sites, they will add an extra fuel tank for if they can't get access for a long time. But I think for this one, the diesel generator itself, fuel tank is all that's proposed.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions.
Great. Jerusha, you're good? Okay, I have a few questions. I think they should all go to you. My first question was, there's a claim about this better service reducing injury or death, and I was just curious what you guys mean by that.
Well, I mean, there's emergency situations, generally speaking, where you want coverage. I mean, I did a temporary cell site at the Gilroy Garlic Festival this year, and they had a major shooting, and people's phones blowing up, and if you can't use your phone, and I don't know what the fire, I suppose, would be a big danger out here, and we want to make sure that our phones work while we're driving, and as everybody's using the network, because that's when it's most strained and most needed.
Okay, I appreciate that. My other question, I would like you to have signage in Spanish and not just English. We were shown some signs as part of this approval process. Are you open to that? Do we need to
I'm open to that.
make it a condition?
I don't know what the protocol is in that, but that's up to you guys, I think. I think that would be okay.
I think it would be important to have the signage in Spanish. And then what about potential health impacts? There was a little discussion in the staff report, but I'm wondering if you can share kind of the span of potential health impacts. Donner Creek Mobile Home Park is on the other side of the mouse hole, and it's actually, I think, protected from the hillside and the railroad tracks, but I'm not sure how that penetrates. And then I know there's a home up on the hill behind the tower. Can you speak at all to studies about potential health impacts from the radio frequency?
Not really. I would need a radio frequency engineer to answer that. And we did submit an electromagnetic emission study. And I don't recall how far we were under the required limit, but it was substantially lower than what's required. And that's all I can really say about that.
And Laura, did you have anything to add to that?
Just that's one thing that we're not allowed to make decisions based on under the FCC rules.
Okay. I know I read that, but I figured it was important to bring up. Okay. I don't have any more questions. I'm ready to deliberate. So does anyone else have any questions or anything before we allow the applicant to sit down? No, okay, you can take a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now I'd like to open it to deliberations, discussion. Do you want to start, Dave?
Sure.
Thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, I think taking into consideration the color of the CMU wall is something that we should talk about. I don't, having just a standard gray CMU wall, potentially visible from the adjacent commercial property and the roadway. I'd like to see those be, in an earth tone. And then also, I would like to see if we could add some language about making sure that we don't end up with another blue spruce. So that if somehow there is significant fading or, a warranty issue of sorts, that, they have to come back and maintain that. Other than that, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't approve this.
Okay. Great. Dan?
I was having kind of the same thoughts as Dave, mostly as it pertains to that CMU wall. If that could be a split-face block or a colored block or something that's not just raw concrete. And that's it.
Great. I agree with that. Jerusha?
I can't support this project. I don't think that having a cell tower at the gateway here into Tahoe is an acceptable location.
Do you have thoughts on?
Well, I just think we should
other
be able to find a better site. I think there's probably a better site out there that we could accommodate this that isn't visible off of a major thoroughfare that is the gateway to Tahoe.
Okay. Appreciate that. Susie?
I'm concerned about seeing it. Having walked out there, it doesn't seem. I mean, I can see all the cars passing by, and it seems like you will be able to see this. I agree. I'm surprised, but okay. We also need to talk about the 6-foot versus 8-foot wall. As I walked out there, there is evidence of, I don't know if it's camping or homelessness issues or what, but there's evidence of people hanging out in that area on a regular basis. It's really easy to get through to from the parking lot there by Starbucks. So I would be in favor of a higher wall, though I don't like the look of it, but I'm afraid you're going to get people sort of building shelters against it and stuff. I agree with color of the CMU wall. I think it's going to be too obvious. I agree with the condition of approval for maintenance if it turns a funky color in the sun. I agree with signs in Spanish. I would like to see it somewhere else. That's why I was asking, can we put it on a building somewhere that's already disturbed, somewhere that's not natural?
Or even just further set back from the road so it's not visible at all.
But then it's a hill back up there, and I think it would be more visible. I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, I walked the site. I actually thought it was a little more in than it showed on the plans, but it's a pretty well-treed site, and so I felt more at ease because of the screening. But I actually did think it was further in.
When you say further in, you mean it was further away from the road?
Yeah, further west from 89. So that you can see to the left of this image shows the existing overhead utility lines, and I used those as a marker because I didn't have the plan on me, and so I walked and I remembered seeing those, but they were closer, to the road. And then Laura had mentioned that it's like 160 feet from the edge of 89, so it isn't that far, but. Would you like to ask the applicant up to see if it could be moved further to the west?
To the west, right.
Yeah.
Parallel to the contours, paralleling the contours, so not getting steeper.
Right.
I know that's a longer trek in to build it.
Well, please come up to the podium so you're recorded. Thank you.
Basically, just further away from 89, not up the hill, but further to the west. More behind the existing structures in the shopping center.
I'm inclined to say no.
Is that just too far to access?
Too far in constructability and foundation-wise, and some of it, I think somebody mentioned, if you move it up into a more prominent location, it becomes more visible.
Yeah, I don't think we should go up. I think we should go further away. And I think you could probably work to get access via the parking lot.
Perhaps. We're also leasing from UPRR, so we don't have unlimited space to where we can work with for UPRR, and we did go out to the property and from a buildability perspective really look at what we could do. And this was the best spot for as far back from the street as we could get it, but still buildable. And I would say a couple things about the location. I mean, I've done this for 10 years, and obviously it comes up often that people want it somewhere else. And that's very common for legitimate reasons too. I mean, there is a coverage reason why it's here. We followed the code when we placed this. There's not a ton of community opposition for the project, and we've used the best and greatest technology for stealthing. The best tree that we could find, we placed it in an area that's surrounded by trees with natural vegetation, which is nice because then you don't have to wait 20 years for other vegetation to grow up around it. And I hope you guys can approve it.
Thank you. You may be
Really
so-
quickly,
okay.
can I
Yeah,
just,
sure.
what do you think we could do to make the retaining walls and the CMU wall less visible?
You could, one of two things, you can change the color, do an earth tone, or you can add a vine. or a shrubbery in front of it.
Yeah.
That, sometimes keeping them alive can be challenging, but it's not uncommon for a jurisdiction to condition landscaping in front of a wall like that to make it fade in better and lessen the visual impact.
Anything else before we have them sit down? Okay, you may be seated. Thank you. You still feel the way you, yeah.
That's okay.
What about the landscaping option?
That would help.
I like that. I just wonder about the irrigation, how it would be irrigated, because there's not really any connection there. Any thoughts from staff on the likelihood that we could condition landscaping as screening and there would be a way to have it be viable in terms of irrigation, or how that might work?
Yeah, I don't know where the nearest water would be the problem.
Right. You'd have to tie into the shopping center, I think, but.
I mean, you could try to do some kind of xeriscape, but I'm not sure that that would match what's out there until it's obvious. I mean, unless we did a mature tree of some sort.
Yeah, which the likelihood of survival for anything of a decent size would be low without irrigation. Okay, I want to move this forward. Susie, you were sharing your thoughts. Did you have anything else to add?
As a citizen of Truckee and a shopper at Save Mart, there is no cell service over there, and I feel bad for the folks who live at the Donner Creek Mobile Home Park. It is a really difficult location, and I see the need.
Yeah, that was my concern as well, was the accessibility. So I agree with what everyone said. I echo your concern as well, Jerusha. I want to see the CMU. I think a split face would be nice, and I think earth tones, something that will blend in with the site. I would support the color maintenance of the pine, and I do believe it should be a tall wall. I think it needs to be a minimum of 8 feet, nothing less than that. I don't know about going any taller, and I kind of see the trade-off. I mean, if someone really wants to locate in there, they may, but that's just the reality. And then I am happy about the Spanish signs. Staff, are you capturing that? We would make a condition that the signs are both in English and Spanish.
Yes.
And then I had another thought. You kind of talked a little bit about this, Dave. I would be interested in paving the access from 89 to the site. I mean, I walked it today, and I feel like it's just, if it's got this continual access, it's going to create erosion. There's a lot of dirt and slope there.
My question was really mostly just out of curiosity of really what the scope was going to be. I know that Union Pacific does use that road quite a bit more frequently than what the applicant is proposing. I live over there. I see their maintenance vehicles and their police vehicles going in and out of there quite a bit. So I don't think that I would say I don't share your concern about erosion.
You think it's okay, not even a gravel request, just as is?
I was just curious.
Okay.
Yeah.
It raised something for me when you brought that up, but nobody else kind of echoed that. So I'm inclined to feel the benefits outweigh the detriments. I mean, this isn't something I like. I don't like seeing these. But I'd rather see a tree that blends than a tower or some of the other ones I've seen that have no attempts at screening. So I feel like we have. I wouldn't say a consensus, but we have a majority in favor. If someone wanted to make a motion.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
And do we need to reiterate the
Can we bring the language up, please? So I move that we had, nope, that wasn't it. Okay, you ready? I move that we adopt Resolution 20-03, approving the use permit and zoning clearances as amended and determining the project exempt from CEQA per Section 15303 of the CEQA guidelines, and with the Commission's comments about maintenance of the tree and color in perpetuity, the 8-foot tall wall, and also using a earth-toned split-faced CMU that can be approved at the staff level, and with signage in Spanish and English.
And as well as staff, you had the conditions that I think one might have been new this evening. Just make sure that
Correct.
with the
Condition
20-foot,
27.
the 20-degree slopes. Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Carissa, would you take a roll call, please?
Commissioner Tarnay,
Yes.
Commissioner Hall,
No.
Chair Riley,
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gove.
Yes.
Excuse me, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are people feeling ready to move on, or do you want to take a quick break or stretch? Should we keep going?
We could actually use a break so we can move the lectern so it's actually facing the commission. We're not sure why it got moved that way.
I
So maybe just a
noticed that.
minute or two.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next agenda item. Okay, thank you. We're going to now move on to public hearing 6.1. This is application number 2019-6074, DPUP and a mitigated negative deck for Frischman Hollow 2. And Yumi will be leading this conversation.
Good evening, Commissioners. So Frischman Hollow the project site is located on 89 North between the two roundabouts, the Prosser Dam roundabout and the Hennis Road roundabout on the west side of 89 North, across the street from the recently approved Village at Grays Crossing and directly to the east of Alder Creek Middle School. The project site is designated as high-density residential, 6 to 12 dwelling units per acre in the general plan. It's multifamily residential, 10 dwelling units per acre. And I think there were some changes, some discrepancies within your staff report, but the total site size is 7.2 acres, excluding the Rue Ivy right-of-way, and that's divided between two properties within that project site. So tonight, the project proposal is for 68 new affordable housing units within 4 buildings, I should say. There's a variety of unit types, so there's going to be range from studio to 3-bedroom, and then the affordable housing units are ranging from 50% to 80% AMI. 136 new parking spaces are proposed, realignment of the existing Class 1 trail, a bus pullout on Truckee Way, a natural play area, and 2 picnic areas. And I'll go into a little more detail as we go forward. So in order to fulfill this request, the applicants are requesting 3 entitlements: a development permit to establish multifamily dwellings, 11 or more units in the multifamily residential 10 dwelling units per acre zone, and for the disturbance of more than 26,000 square feet of the site. A use permit is required for hillside development, including roads, streets, and driveways proposed on slopes of 20% or greater, and a project amendment to look at this project comprehensively with the phase 1 of this project, which is on the interior of the property. So tonight, Planning Commission's role is threefold: to review the site design, ensure consistency with the design guidelines, and really, it's just consistency with the development code. To give you a little project background, this project site was given to the town through the Grays Crossing development agreement. It was provided by East West Partners as public benefiting use to the town. Town council at that time determined that the land should be used for affordable housing, and in 2006, Pacific West Communities, who is the applicant today, was selected to help develop affordable housing on this site. In 2006, the developers were approved for a 32-unit affordable housing project on the interior of the property, as seen on this picture to the right. That included 31 45% AMI and 80% AMI, so all low-income households. And that's broken up into 16 2-bedroom units and 16 3-bedroom units. So that's out there existing today. It has 65 parking spaces, a community building with manager's office, gathering room with kitchen, and a computer study room, which is shown outlined in pink here. There's also a playground, a trail, as you can see in teal, and then a bridge was constructed across the drainage just west of the project site. So as I stated before, there are 4 buildings. 2 buildings are considered Building A, and Commissioner Tarnay noticed that there was some discrepancy in the labeling of the buildings A. So tonight I will be talking about them as A1 to the west and A2 to the east. These are 30 units each, and they have units counts that's range from studio to 3 bedrooms, and the building size for each building is approximately 31,000 square feet. So A1 and A2 are on the southern part of the site. All of these the new project is located on the exterior ring of Rue Ivy. 2 buildings, 2 fourplexes are proposed on the northern part of the site near the roundabout. These are approximately 4,800 square feet. Natural play areas proposed on the south side of the project site, and then seating and picnic areas are proposed at each location where there are buildings. Additionally, there's 136 parking spaces proposed to be added to the project site, which would include parking within the parcel and then also just directly off the parcel on the Rue Ivy right-of-way. They are also proposing a realignment of a portion of the Class 1 trail at the southern part of the project site to help accommodate the new building and parking area. And then the applicants are also proposing to construct a potential bus pullout, which was identified as a potential desire by our transit division. And they are willing to work with the engineering and public works division to determine feasibility, necessity, location, and design. And that's identified to be potentially located on what is now Truckee Way, near the roundabout that's right at the entrance of the rec center, the new rec center. And the idea of that bus pullout would be very minimal. It would just essentially be concrete to help public buses pull out off the road. So tonight, the applicants are requesting a density bonus, which, as you may know, is a state-required law that allows for an increase in density for affordable housing units. So this property is, as I stated, 10 dwelling units, zone 10 dwelling units per acre, and it's a 7-acre site, and they are allowed, without any additional density bonuses, to have 71 units total. With recent state legislation, there was a new provision by the state that allowed for 100% affordable housing projects to be granted an 80% density bonus. and to be allowed for concessions and incentives from our development code standards, as well as a parking reduction that is identified within the code. So the applicants are requesting 100% of their project would be for low-income units. They are requesting 82 dwelling unit equivalents, which, as I've discussed in the staff report, means that within the development code, there are provisions that incentivize density beyond even the density bonus. So studios are counted rather than being just one unit, they're counted as 0.5 units. One bedroom is counted as 2/3 of a unit, and then a 2-bedroom unit is counted as an 80% of a unit. So that allows for more units, diversity of units within a project site, while all within the allowed density. So the applicants are proposing, with their mix of unit types, they're proposing 82 dwelling unit equivalents. That is actually just 100 dwelling units straight up, and that's including both phases 1 and 2. They have the 32 within phase 1 and then the 68 proposed tonight. So essentially the density bonus request tonight is twofold. I made it probably a little more complicated than I needed to, but I thought I should put it out there. It's a 15% dwelling unit equivalent density bonus, which would allow for 82.7 DUEs, or 40% density bonus units, so 28 additional units. So total, they would, while they're allowed the 80% density bonus, they're only requesting maximum of 40% density bonus. Additionally, as I stated, there are allowances for parking reductions. So in the development code, we require 1.5 spaces for studio and 1-bedroom units, 2 spaces for 2 and 3-bedroom units, and then additional 25% guest parking. So in total, the applicants would be required under our development code 226 parking spaces. With the density bonus parking requirements, they are allowed to calculate 1 space per studio 1-bedroom unit and 2 spaces per 2 and 3-bedroom units, and no guest parking spaces. So they would be allowed 176 parking spaces in total for both phases 1 and 2. The applicants are proposing 201 parking spaces in total, but for both phases 1 and 2, and that's at 136 new parking spaces. That should be 65 parking spaces are existing on that second line at the bottom. And that would mean that they are meeting 89% of the standard requirements of parking, and 49, which would be 49 more parking spaces than required by the density bonus standard. So they could have proposed fewer parking spaces than what was required, what is being presented today, but they are proposing more based off of community input and discussion with their residents about what was important to them. The one incentive that they are proposing that is outside of just the parking reduction incentive is to head-in parking on the Route IV right-of-way. So generally, we require parking, including all circulation, to be on-site within the parcel, wholly within their parcel. They are asking for us to provide an incentive or a concession to allow for that circulation to be within the Route IV right-of-way. Staff believes that it is a pretty low-impact street, and there is benefit in reducing the pavement that would be required for more circulation. So staff believes that it wouldn't cause impacts to the community to allow for this. Additionally, I would say that the phase 1 Frishman Hollow has the same parking pattern. So that's the first incentive that is being requested tonight. The second incentive is to talk about is the 20-foot front yard setback. So the development code requires this setback. As staff, we looked at this southern property line. It's a very oddly shaped parcel. I had a hard time figuring out what was the front property line. Based off of a review, we decided that the south property line is considered the front property line. In talking to Commissioner Tarnay, she wondered why we didn't necessarily look at the Route IV frontage as a front property line, and I can see merit in that discussion. However, because of the nature of the project being one whole comprehensive project that was originally seen as one parcel, then was developed in 2 phases, staff believes it works to consider this as the front property line with the 20-foot front yard setback located at the south of the property. If Planning Commission would like to look at this differently, that's something that we can discuss tonight, and we can go a different route if necessary. in this case, with this proposed 20-foot front yard setback, we've noted that the trash enclosure for buildings A1 and buildings A2, buildings A1 and 2, building A2, and building A2, and various retaining walls are located within the front yard setback. So that is a concession they are asking for us to provide today. The third concession that they're requesting is a concession to the height standards. So in the RM zone, we do require a 35-foot or 3.5 stories height limit, whichever is less. Buildings A1 and A2 are approximately 40 feet tall. And for reference, Coburn Crossing, all of those buildings are 40 feet tall. The apartments are approximately 40 feet tall. The buildings are within the 3.5 story threshold, but they are asking for a 5-foot height increase. And the applicant states that the purpose of this request is to reduce costs by using a specific truss system for their roof. Additionally, the last concession that they're requesting is for individual open space. The development code requires some individual open space for each unit within a multifamily residential project, which includes certain square footages for balconies, decks, or patios for each unit. For this project, they're proposing that all of the units within the buildings B have decks, so that's 100% for those units, but only 6 studios within each of the buildings A would have an 85 square foot deck. So they are also proposing a couple common area decks for off the stairwell, but in total they are meeting only 29.4% of the, or 29% of the requirement for providing private individual open space for each of the units. And their justification, once again, is for cost savings. So another important component of any design is to look at architecture. All of the buildings in the project are modular. Building A, the 30-unit buildings, have a slight change in roof height within the building, gable entries, and decks to help break up the massing. All of the buildings are proposed to use fiber cement board, metal siding, metal corrugated siding, vinyl windows, composition shingle roofing, and metal roofing. The project went to architectural review, which is made up of just local architects volunteering their time to help staff provide feedback to the applicant team about architecture. And on the whole, the architecture review committee agreed that the second phase should be distinct from the first phase, but similar materials and patterns could be integrated. The ARC thought a more central playground could be beneficial to the project, and that trees should be preserved along 89 North and more screening could be incorporated. For building A specifically, they looked at including the more prominent entries, a roof design that should be more broken up to create a more residential scale, considering ways to reduce the scale in comparison to the existing phase 1, and then considering siding articulation and material use. So here's a rendering of building A. As for building B, the ARC wanted to see different planes to create articulation. They wanted the applicants to look at awnings from the rear and east elevation to break up the gable size, and to look at steeper pitches for small gables. The actual change that they did make was changes in materials on the project, and then a change of the roof design on all sides. So there was some changes based off ARC's recommendations. One condition of approval that we're recommending within the resolution is to review the colors and more as material samples rather than just on photos to see if they are truly earth tone and match maybe not match, but are complementary to the buildings that are on site. So here is a rendering of buildings B. The applicants are also requesting to disturb areas with slopes of 20% or more, including slopes greater than 30%. And many of these areas shown here in yellow on the right and teal are already disturbed. But as you can see from the diagram, there are new structures that they are proposing to disturb in these areas. And these areas are primarily for parking, drainage, the trail realignment, and then one building, A1. And the Planning Commission may want to consider if the areas of slope disturbance are thoughtfully designed and meet the criteria for the use permit identified within the staff report. And as discussed in the staff report, the purpose of the hillside development criteria is to reduce impacts on sensitive terrain and ensure thoughtful design, terracing, And that may not work potentially for parking, but that is something that you could consider if it's thoughtfully designed. Additionally, for grading and structures on slopes exceeding 30%, the commission may want to discuss if there's sufficient area on the parcel with slopes less than 30% to accommodate a reasonable development. And if so, then that would require that some of that development outside in the 30% slopes should be moved out of the 30% slopes. Staff believes that the Frishman Hollow 1 design has made Frishman Hollow 2's site design pretty unique and interesting. The applicants have taken pains to avoid the floodplain and to avoid the sensitive side on the west side of the property. Parking is a desire of the community, so many of these areas are accommodate parking, and then many of these areas are already disturbed. So these are considerations that Planning Commission may want to include in their discussion. Other recommended conditions of approval that are already in your staff report and your resolution, we did discuss that there is a floodplain on the west side of the property, so we're requiring that no structures in the floodplain, and that the 50-foot setback can only be used for cantilevered structures. This is just language directly out of our development code. There are several easements within the project site that the applicants are currently working on getting abandoned or re-described and moved out of the locations of the buildings, but just to ensure that that is completed before a building permit is issued, we included that requirement in the conditions of approval. And then additionally, based off of feedback from Commissioner Tarnay, we are suggesting removing condition of approval 40, which is duplicative with condition of approval 19, which talks about 50% snow storage, that requirement. And then to amend condition of approval 37 to remove the first line regarding 50% snow storage, since it is duplicative again. And then we're also proposing to remove condition of approval number 43, which is duplicative with condition of approval 38, which was identified to keep parking spaces and walkways clear of snow. Additionally, it was noted that condition of approval number 42 had some unnecessary language related probably more to Coburn Crossing than to this actual project. It was poached language. So I am proposing to amend the condition of approval to take out any reference to the hotel, add a comma to clearly identify that I mean leasing separately from parking, not leasing of the parking area, and then just clean up that language. So we can go back to this if you would like. The engineering division also noted that they wanted to incorporate some changes to their conditions, nothing substantial, but just clarifying language. A condition of approval number 19, they wanted to include language that stated that a snow removal plan should include exact location of where snow would be off-hauled if necessary. Condition of approval 20, the engineering division wanted the applicant to enter into a maintenance and hold harmless agreement for any and all frontage improvements. Condition, and then specific language including curb, gutter, sidewalk, and parking areas within the right-of-way. Condition of approval number 26 was unnecessary language, which was to remove the traffic study since they have already conducted their traffic study. And then condition of approval number 27 was requested to change the 20-foot snow storage easements contiguous to all roadway rights-of-way to applicant is required to offer snow storage easements for dedication to the town of Truckee on all undeveloped HOA common areas. Additionally, within your staff report, there's 3 public comments that were identified. One from Jennifer Oliver, who's a property owner in Grays Crossing, who opposes the project. West Hill, homeowner in Grays Crossing, supports quality affordable housing and supports this project. Jasmine Bro, I assume. Sorry if that's not how you pronounce it. Resident of Truckee and employee of Nevada County Health and Human Services stated that the region is in dire need of quality affordable housing units for the workforce and low-income community and supports this project. Since then, we've had 3 other community public comments that are provided on your dais. Jackie Herrera, property manager at Frishman Hollow, supports the project. Jeff Passador of Cambridge Real Estates, he's the president of that company. He's the property management company for 288 income restricted rental units in Truckee, supports the project. And Janine Callis, also is a regional supervisor for Frishman Hollow, supports the project as well. Staff completed an initial study, mitigated negative declaration with the help of a consultant who's here today to help answer any questions if necessary. As part of that MND, we found that there are potential significant environmental impacts to air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, hydrology and water quality, transportation, and tribal cultural resources. And we identified mitigation measures that we incorporated within the conditions of approval in the MND and created a mitigation monitoring report to ensure that these impacts are reduced to a less than significant level. Additionally, the Washoe tribe provided comments on potential resources on the site and requested formal evaluation, which would identify potential next steps if resources were found on the site. And during the formal evaluation, a tribal monitor during all ground disturbing activities, and interpretive signage along this trail to help educate community members of the Washoe tribe's presence in this area. So staff revised the mitigation measures and in the conditions of approval to incorporate these requests as shown in the ISMND as well as the conditions of approval. And the Washoe tribe did accept these changes as proposed. So tonight, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2020-04, approving the MND, approving the development permit, the use permit, and the project amendment with the recommended changes within the staff report, staff presentation. Alternatives to consider, as always, you may continue the public hearing to a date and time certain. You may request more information of staff or of the applicant team. You may add or modify the conditions. You may deny the project on the basis that one or more of the required findings cannot be made or require additional environmental review. And if you do choose to take action tonight, the appeal period ends March 9th, 2020 at 5 p.m. That's all I have. The applicant team does have a presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi.
Ready for me?
I'm ready.
I'm not sure the mic is on. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, great. Sorry.
Thank you.
You have to hit this red button.
Got it. Perfect. All right. Well, thank you. I'm Caleb Roop. I'm the CEO of the Pacific Companies, and Pacific West Communities is the applicant before you tonight. As far as turning the slides, is it just going its own? Yeah, tell you? Okay, got it. All right, well, Yumi did a great job of the staff report, so I don't want to take a lot of your time to speak about that again. But you guys, you've got this information. We're the current owners of the property, the Phase 1 property, and it's been that way since we developed it back in 2006. Next slide's okay. Current uses, you've got an idea what's going on there. I did want to talk just a little bit about parking, because when we did our community meeting, that was one of the things that the residents really thought about, is like, please make sure that we don't, end up in a worse scenario with our parking. So we're providing, actually, when you look at the ratio of units, so 16 2-bedrooms, 16 3-bedrooms in the first phase, it's got about a ratio of 2-to-1 parking. So we're keeping that same ratio roughly, but the types of units we're building in the second phase are a lot smaller. They're studios and 1-bedrooms. So there's a 18% studios and 18% 1-bedroom, and then 41% 2-bedroom and only 23% 3-bedroom. So when you look at the overall ratio and the unit types and on a bedroom basis, we're actually doing better on the parking, and that was one of the concerns that our residents had, is to make sure that worked out that way. So I did want to point that out. Next one's okay, Yumi? Just some images of the buildings. You guys got it. I'm going to have Walt come up and talk about the architecture a little bit further. I did want to point out one thing on the new buildings, and Walt will talk about this a little more. Is we intentionally asked for a variance on the roof height issue because going with a flat roof, we just didn't feel was a fit architecturally with the existing buildings that were there. And so that's why we went with a gable roof system. And I'm kind of stopping here so you can kind of see that, we have a gable system designed with truss system on this property, and it just didn't feel like it would be a good fit to have that diversity of roof styles. But obviously, if we went with a flat roof, we could indeed not use one of our concessions, but it's not something we're proposing. Okay, next slide, Yuma's okay. This is just a little highlight of the neighborhood meeting and just some of the things that came up. The affordable housing, I think one of the differences in this phase that we're proposing as opposed to the previous phase is we have a good dose of units at the 80% AMI level, and that traditionally hasn't been provided in Truckee. And so that's going to capture kind of a broader spectrum of the workforce than you're traditionally used to seeing. So that's a feature that's unique to this particular project. And you guys, I think but even though Rue Ivy is really a public right-of-way, so to speak, it's really just our development. That doesn't go through anywhere. And ultimately, the way that was done is that the town actually, we helped the town applied for and was awarded CDBG funding. And that's one of the reasons why that road ended up as a public road like that, because that pays for off-site improvements that are public in nature. So that's just some background so you have it. Next slide's okay. So for phase 2, these were our goals. Finish out the development. Obviously, back then affordable housing was needed, and I think you guys know we also developed and own the Hennis Flats Grays Crossing property across the street, which is 92 units. And back then there was definitely a need, but as we see things sort of change in the past, 13 years, 14 years, this need for housing has just gotten, completely more severe and really in all communities, but the mountain resort communities especially. And we work in Mammoth as well, and they've got the same problem there, and they're looking at adding units to their housing stock. But we kind of, we're in this sort of quandary about how much density to do. And ultimately, we had proposed more density initially, just so you guys know, even a design that you probably never saw. But we work with the fire department closely, and they kind of felt, because this is really kind of a one-way in, project, that we really needed to limit it to 100 units. And so that's why we have the density we have. We used to have a little bit more density, but kind of balancing that life safety issue as well as the need for housing is sort of where we settled. So next slide, Yumi's okay. Just an overview. You guys have already seen this, but this just gives you a really good picture of what's on the deck now. And then next slide, Yumi. This one is really just kind of, and I'm going to turn this over to Walt to talk about architecture and site planning and some things like that. But, what we really tried to do with this next phase is we had a couple of challenges I just want to point to. One was to try to minimize the area we were disturbing, and that's really why we chose to congregate units in a very large area or in a smaller area, but have bigger buildings. And so we got a lot of density for not a lot of disturbed area, and that was one of our goals. Yumi mentioned on the parking we've added to kind of use Rue Ivy as our, quote, driveway in many ways and not disturb soil with additional parking. And then one of the things we also did too is you'll notice, on the north end there, we kind of, went with smaller buildings to kind of keep that theme consistent with what we had developed previously. And then in the southern part of the site, kind of tucked back in with the trees, we really tried to focus on putting the density up there. One, it was the physical place where the density could fit. And then two, it was just sort of out of the way and out of view. I also want to point out, you kind of might ask, why didn't you develop the west side of the site more aggressively? And the answer really is that slope is significant over there. And we ultimately determined, we had originally programmed units on that west side. And kind of stepped them down the hill, but and honestly, the cost just became pretty enormous. And it also, when we ran into the 100-unit limitation issue, those were the areas that we concentrated on eliminating. So I'm going to turn over to Walt now, if that's okay, and I'll be around for questions and stuff too. When he's done, I'll talk about our financing and our schedule and some things like that I think you'll be interested in hearing. So Walt, if you want to come up.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Caleb. Good evening. My name is Walter Lindgren, Lindgren Labrie Architecture, and we're the design architects on the project, working with the Pacific companies on this. And just want to finish on this slide. Just kind of, I think Caleb's really nailed my points specifically, but to the point that we did try to concentrate the larger masses in tucked areas where there was more heavily treed that would be, shielded from view, and specifically even the one to the west, which is really kind of almost down the hill and several feet depressed even from the road itself. So just wanted to highlight those points, but I think he hit it. Yumi, if you can go to the next one. So this is kind of just more of a generic view of what we call Building A, which is the apartment style structures. Again, the general architectural theme was to, essentially as a fresh approach to what exists out there. With the siding of these buildings, they're generally placed, quite off the existing structure, so any kind of shadow paths and what have you are clear of existing structures. I think we've tried to be real sensitive to that. Certainly understanding the three-story massing and trying to create strong elements that interlock, and using materials and massings to really break those elevations down. And so hopefully you will see a theme of common materials, details when it comes to kickers, with roofing supports and in terms of railing systems, that sort of thing. I also specifically on Building A is, I know one of the comments from the architectural review that was held a month or two ago was the focus of more prominent entry points at the entry points, and so you'll see those, that kind of brings the scale down with those gabled forms at the entries, and the decks just creating those voids in the larger mass. If you want to go ahead. Again, that kind of gives you, elevations kind of don't always tell the great story, but it gives you an idea of the rhythm of windows, the materials, and those like materials like the tans and the not burgundies, but the natural red. Kind of bring the mass down and let the darker corrugated metal kind of creates a floating roof effect, and that's something to help kind of create more of a dynamic massing versus a static massing. In the floor plan, I think staff's gone over this pretty clearly. One thing to point out in the review, we've gone through prior iterations. The end units at one point, the center hall actually continued out to the ends of the buildings, and the effect of pulling those inward actually broke that mass down an overall of 4 feet, which I think was fairly significant in breaking down that short side elevation. So I think it helps really taper down the building and not have it feel so broad, so to speak. So I think that was one positive effect, certainly. And then the second and third floors are typical. And then, as Caleb mentioned, these are the two fourplex structures. These are located at the north near the roundabout on 89. Again, this is just in reaction to the comments from the Architectural Review Committee, kind of creating more, even though the massing we tried to keep down with the lower slopes, these accent points, these accent gables, give those a greater slope, so 6 and 12 versus a 3 and 12. And again, I think you can see with how the massing and the material changes work, there's this interlocking that really creates a rhythm, around the building. And then the idea was to orient these two fourplexes where they would have their common patio areas more centrally located to kind of create more of a sense of community versus having those on the rear side, which really disconnects that community, in my opinion. So felt like that was an extra added bonus. And again, the elevations you've seen. And the floor plan. So again, you can, the front deck, in this case, they're off the living areas and not a particular bedroom. So I think it's going to be more used and more interactive with their neighbors. There's been, some, certainly we're sensitive to it. This is a view looking essentially to the west from the north roundabout on 89. And this is a view in actual, based on actual floor plate elevations and photo imaged into a shot. So those are the two fourplexes you'll see as a view looking to the west. And then again, siting, very important and very, very sensitive to this issue. This is the southeast apartment building, I guess I call it, is a 3-story structure. And you can see it just nestles in nicely. What happens is right at this edge, there's kind of a descent in the terrain that goes down and just really snugs back into that area, and you can't even see the west one because it's so tucked back in there from the highway. So I think this is an important point. You know, it's a 3-story structure. We realize that's a sensitive topic with the town, and we're certainly sensitive to it. But I think the way that these are situated certainly helps mitigate that, in our opinion. If there's any questions, I can stand, or Caleb, if you'd like to. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll just do a couple last things with you guys. Often you might not talk about financing in these meetings. Sometimes maybe you do, but in affordable housing, we're always talking about that because it's hard to make it work. And I do want to say that some good news about this project, and obviously it's subject to your guys' approval tonight, but we do have all the financing put together, and we're advancing aggressively now on everything. The only subsidy from the town proposed from this project is the land itself, which is consistent with what happened in the first phase. So I think some of the more recent projects you guys have had come through, have some financial contribution from the town. You may or may not know about that, but we actually can make this project work with some new state programs and just the land from the town. I'll also let you know something else is that these modules, believe it or not, are actually under construction now. We not on the site, mind you. The modules are being built in a factory right now. There's about 30 of them done at this point. We know we're ahead of the process, and I'll tell you why we did that. We did it because the factory that we're having these units built in Idaho, Nashua, who's a really good factory and done great work for us before, had a big vacancy in their plant. And if we wouldn't have filled our project at this moment, we'd be put off for another year, basically, because they have other projects kind of coming behind us. So we went ahead, and the nice thing about the modules themselves, and maybe if you go back to one of the building floor plans so they can get a feel, so like that one right there, really all that's being built in the plant is the, kind of the dark lines you can see around the modules. You can imagine those modules there. But like the decking, obviously the siding, the colors, all that stuff is flex. That's not built in the factory, just the interior spaces you see there, and that's true of the bigger building as well. So to the extent that you guys have, you don't like this color, or you don't like this material, or the way the overbuild on the decks don't quite work, whatever those kind of comments are, those are all totally flexible and don't have any issues with what we've already built so far. So I did want to point that out, and if it goes well with you guys and you're okay with everything, then we actually can be under construction because we've really advanced on the building plans on our own dime, at risk. Made significant progress on that. Actually did a submittal because the modules are inspected by the state and not by the town. That's the way that works, and then the town does everything that happens on site. So we've actually got all those, approved by the state, and they're being built now. But if this all goes well from a plan check building permit process, we would be under construction, like by May, and you'd see actually physical dirt turning out there and modules being set before the fall, probably September in there somewhere, and be able to deliver this asset to the community in the spring of next year. So it would be one of the most probably rapid projects you'll see from a, should you guys make an approval, it'll actually happen quite fast. And I did want to kind of tell you all that so you knew, and it wasn't a surprise to you. But those are the last comments I had, and I'm happy to talk about our company or any of that stuff if you want to know our history. But you guys, I think, know we've been in town a long time. A couple hundred projects, about 15,000 units, and we love the mountain resort areas where you guys are. And so happy to answer questions at this point. But thank you guys very much. Okay.
Thank you. We'll probably call you back after we do public comment and staff questions. So at this point, I'm going to open the hearing to public comment. So if anyone would like to speak on behalf of this project, you may come up to the podium and state your name, and please fill out a speaker card on the table behind you and give that to Carissa when you're finished. And limit your comments to 3 minutes, please. Don't all rush up at once.
Good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Alexa Soller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Just wanted to express our support for this project. This type of housing is really it's our greatest need in Truckee for the low-income community. So just want to give appreciation to the development team. I do think with that, there are some ways that the project could be improved, and so that's really where our comments are coming from. Is just ways that the project could be more meaningful. I do want to applaud the development team on the parking. I was at one of the community meetings last summer, and that was really sort of one of the biggest crux, is not having the existing phase 1 does not have enough parking. And so I know it's typically the thing that we're sort of skirting around, so I do applaud the development team for creating that additional parking. Curious about the snow removal plan. It sounds like the engineering division wants to better understand snow removal sites for storage, and then also the plan for snow removal hauling off. So I think that would be important to the Planning Commission to have some more details on that. The trail connectivity is good. Question is are there going to be enough bike racks for the future project? I can't remember if I saw that in the plans as well. Exterior outdoor space, I know that about 20% is being met. Is there the ability to add more exterior outdoor space? Again, let's make our affordable housing meaningful and look good and function well for those future tenants. And then the screening, I appreciate seeing the renderings of the screening. I do agree with the architectural review committee. Our projects committee looked at it, and I think screening is important. Coburn is really the first time we've seen this sort of mass and scale in the town of Truckee. And it's for people, it's a bit startling, that mass and scale, just to be nice about it. And so screening is important. I've talked to some recent developers. I think our goal with density is we know we need density, but let's hide it as best we can to preserve our mountain character and not really have large mass and scale as our frontage. And then question on the cultural resources. I reviewed the mitigated negative deck, and it didn't seem quite clear about the mitigation measures. It sounded like the Washoe tribe had weighed in, but then there was talk about not realigning the trail, and then also potentially a mitigation measure of removing 5 units. So if Yumi could clarify where that stands, because I think that would be a pretty big change to the project if cultural resources are found once earth movement starts. And then just on a note, the natural play area, it's not very exciting. Could the play area look better and be a better amenity to the future residents? And that's just, I was just in Paso Robles, and they have a beautiful plaza and play area that I even enjoyed. So again, let's make this meaningful and function the best as possible for our future residents. So thank you again for all your hard work on this project.
Thank you, Alexis.
Hello, Rick Stevens, Truckee, on the airport board, their representative to the Mountain Housing Council, which says that I'm for housing, especially affordable housing. We need it badly. We need all types of housing for the missing middle and for the low income. And so I urge you to approve this project. This developer is high quality. These are hard to do, get the financing for these things, and look how long it took to get the artist lofts going, and that was agony, and thank God they're started. So I support the project and urge you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Hi, Ann Rarick. I'm a community organizer with Sierra Community House. I'll echo, and a Truckee resident, and I would like to echo the support for affordable housing in our community. We really do need high quality, affordable housing for individuals and families who work to support our community. Many of the community members we see at Sarah Community House cite housing issues, lack of housing, too many people in housing units, as one of their main reasons that they come to Sierra Community House for support. So urge you to approve this project and continue supporting affordable housing units. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any more public comment, so I'm going to close that portion of the hearing. I am going to ask Yumi to answer Alexis's question, since we're going to move into questions, and that's kind of at the forefront. Yumi, would you mind answering Alexis's question regarding the cultural resources and the Washoe tribe issues that were raised in the staff report?
Sure. There were some cultural resources that a study that was found that there could be potential cultural resources in the area. A full evaluation hasn't yet been conducted on the project site, but the mitigation measure does require a full evaluation of the site. The Washoe tribe, we went out there and did a site visit. I think that they requested consideration of reducing the unit count on one building and not realigning the Class 1 trail to avoid further disturbance of the area, but upon discussion with them, we decided that if we did a full evaluation, we needed to figure out exactly where these cultural resources were. We didn't necessarily know how big the site was. We didn't want, or how small it was. So we didn't know exactly what the true parameters of a mitigation measure should look like. So we moved forward with a requirement for a full evaluation, determining where these cultural resources are, if there are any, and then once that comes into play, once we figure out what that information is, we would then work with the Washoe tribe to figure out what an appropriate mitigation measure would be at that time. How would we reduce the impacts on the cultural resources where we find them?
So is it possible that, the units would be diminished as a result? And is that something that you've discussed with the applicant? It is kind of a wait and see approach?
There is a potential that may be a request of the Washoe tribe. And then at that point, we'd have to figure out what the next steps would be at that point.
Okay. And when you talk about the trail realignment, is this to the west of the site?
I have southwest.
Southwest. Is that building A1?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to have the commission have questions for staff. We'll save questions for the applicant, ideally in one go, so we're not doing a back and forth. So I'm going to start on this end. Susie, do you have questions for staff?
I do. I asked a bunch of questions already today, but
maybe just focus on the ones that haven't been answered, and then if you did receive answers earlier, we could talk about that at later on in the discussion.
During the discussion. Okay. I'm still a little bit unclear about the bike parking. It appears that there are bike parking interior, but that does not meet our town requirements. It looks like there's 24 bikes in the picture per floor on the building A.
So this is bike storage for the residents. The intent of the bike racks that would be dispersed throughout the parking areas or the site would be potentially for other residents or for visitors that come to the project site. It's not just for the applicants are proposing to do the bike storage of their own accord. They see it as an amenity for their residents, but bike parking is the requirement that's on the site outside.
Is there existing bike parking at the current project, at the phase 1?
I will defer to the applicant team.
Well, we'll get them later, I guess. Sorry. I'm supposed to just focus on you.
Thank you.
What's that?
I said thank you.
Okay. So the focus on parking has me a little bit concerned that the residents of phase 1 are concerned that there's not enough parking already. I don't want, I'm not requesting more parking. That is definitely not my goal. I think that we need to, can we put in there in a condition of approval that when you sign a lease for a studio apartment, you are signing up for one parking spot only? Like, I feel like that needs to be clear and upfront and not something to be negotiated if there's complaints later. I feel like that should be on the table for the people. I mean, if they need a place to live, can they agree to that requirement? Can we put that in there as a condition of approval?
Sure, you can create you can put that in as a requirement of a parking management plan for the project. I think in the past with the artist lofts, we've looked at unbundling parking so that maybe somebody doesn't need as much parking, so that they would rather purchase the parking space for themselves. We haven't identified exactly what their parking management plan looks like for this particular project, but they are seasoned professionals who have worked in affordable housing and housing projects in general. So we wanted to defer to them at the outset and then allow them to make their adjustments as needed. If there were complaints that came up, I believe we have a condition of approval that says that we would then reach out and discuss a potential parking management plan. But if you did want to create a more specific parking management plan tonight, you could.
Okay, I will ask them about that at that time. So, who owns the property to the south?
I believe it's Gales. I don't know what the first name is. Bob. Old Bob Gales.
I think it's
Trust.
I think it's Paula Gales, or his widow. Yeah.
Are they impacted in any way by that being a 20-foot setback and encroaching in that setback? Does that impact their property values or usability?
Their property is not being encroached upon. It does bring the buildings closer to their property, so potentially they could feel that there is a decreasing the property values, but we have not received any public comment from them directly.
Have they been notified directly?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, who does the town plow Rue Ivy, or is that?
Yes, it is a town-maintained road.
Okay, that's not up to the management of that. Okay. What's going on with the retaining walls? I can't, the maps were very hard to read. There was no contours on there for existing contours or planned contours. I guess there were some planned contours in very small spaces. I don't know where the walls are. Are they meeting the conditions that are required?
For the most part, they are. There is retaining walls on the eastern part of the property that we've discussed with the applicant team that they would need to be removed since they are actually just in easements, regardless of what height they are, and they have said that they have no problem with moving forward with that change. And then on the front, in the front setback, what staff is calling the front setback, we are including that as part of their request for a concession to the front setbacks.
I'm sorry, so what happens if you remove a retaining wall in a very steep area? Isn't that why there's a retaining wall on the east?
It's not, it's a proposed retaining wall, so they would have to engineer it as necessary or get the easement removed, abandoned.
Okay, can we step into that easement question, because I'm confused. Are these easements, there's 4 different types of easements it look like that are an issue. Is that a manageable job to get the easements dismissed or moved?
I believe they are moving forward with reaching out to each of the utilities. Maybe a question for the applicant team to say where they are in the process right now, but it appears that it is something that they could move forward with. If they can't, then this project would have to be modified and brought back to the Planning Commission.
Okay, and these easements, do they already have utilities in them?
I believe some of them do, but that'd be a question for the applicant team. They're working more closely with the utilities, but they are in negotiation with relocating the utilities and re-describing the easements.
Okay, that sounds expensive. Okay. That will be more of a discussion item. And I have to say I was completely confused about the bus pullout, but the bus pullout is not for school buses. That is just for public buses.
That's correct.
Do we know, does the school bus come down Rue Ivy?
I do not know.
Okay. I had some questions about the mitigated neg deck, but does that go to you, or do I hold that for later? Hey, Nikki?
Sorry, say that again. I was making a note, and I got confirmation the bus does go to down Route Ivy.
Well, look at you.
Little hand signals. Say that again.
If I had questions about the mitigated neg deck, I don't know if that goes to the staff, or does that go to the staff's consultant, and do I hold that question for later?
You can start with staff, and if we're unable to answer it, we'll defer to Mr. Paney.
Okay. So Yumi has heads up on some of this, but where the mitigated neg deck talks about air pollution, they talked about the TAC, which toxic air contaminant, I think is what it was, and freeways being a source of that. But there's no assessment of that source on the project. Can you explain to me again why, or do you want me to hold that question?
That might be better for Nick.
Nick Papani with Rainey.
Is that okay, Nikki, to have him come up, or do you want him to wait?
I guess, does anyone else have any questions about the environmental review that we can try to bundle so we're not doing a lot of back and forth?
I can hold this as well.
Just, I mean,
No, I don't.
Okay, then go ahead, Susie.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I understand your question. Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. Nick Papani with Rainey Planning and Management. We were retained by the town to prepare the CEQA doc, as you know. In answer to your question, you are correct, toxic air contaminants. And that's pertaining to in particular, diesel particulate from vehicles traveling along freeways and the health effects from diesel particulate. What we did was we looked at the California Air Resources Board guidance document, which is citing sensitive receptors within high volume roadways, and they have a metric in there that says, hey, if you're going to be putting sensitive receptors within 500 feet of a heavily traveled roadway, and they define that as 10 to 20,000 for a freeway, then you should consider other measures. For example, high efficiency particulate filters in the units. In this case, the volumes that we pulled off of the Caltrans website were about 4,900, about 5,000 a day. So it was under that recommended volume from the California Air Resources Board, and so we didn't include any specific mitigations to deal with that.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, you may be seated. Thank you. We may call you back, but thank you for being available.
And then this goes back to staff. I'm confused about the tree mitigation. It reads, let's see, page 31, I think this was in the mitigated neg deck, but it reads like, it says, if approved, the project would be required to comply with the replacement standards identified in section 1830-155, which basically says a 1-to-1 tree replacement. And that's in the mitigated neg deck. Are they required to replace 359 trees?
No, we're not requiring, we are looking at the land use permit as it is proposed today, so there aren't any additional trees beyond what is shown on the landscape plan. They are required to provide a more robust final landscape plan once the building permit comes in, but they are not required to do the 359. The language within the development code says it may be required as a mitigation if we find that is necessary for the land use permit approval, but it is not being proposed today.
Am I reading it wrong in the MND then?
I believe it says that it's supposed to comply with the development code, and the development code doesn't say it's required. It says if the planning commission does decide that they would like more trees, they can request more trees, but it's not being required right now by the staff.
The wording makes it look very much like it is required. So I'm just feeling stuck on that. And what does trigger that one-to-one tree replacement? Yumi, I'm sorry.
I believe it's based off of what your review entails. If you believe that there is not enough tree planting on the site that offsets the trees that have been removed on the site, then you can request additional trees. You can also request additional trees through just the landscaping plan.
That's my recollection too, is if it's a site, let's say that maybe didn't have that many trees or was really exposed and all, most if not all were being removed, that we would have the purview to request a one-to-one replacement.
Did I miss it somewhere? Because the only place I see, like there's a tree removal plan in here on page 2 of 2 of the plans, but there is absolutely nothing indicating where trees are being removed or that I could see. The 359 was out of the mitigated neg deck, possibly somewhere else. I don't even see. I feel like there's not enough of any of these things to say anything about the landscape plan or how many trees are being planted. I don't see a comparison of what's being taken out and what's being planted. Am I missing it? And I'll give you a minute to look, sorry.
Everything that you have is what we have. So if you feel that you're missing information that is not, the landscape plan is not sufficient in there, or the tree protection plan within your packet, then that is something we can discuss if we need to ask them to come back with a more robust tree protection plan or a landscape plan to have a full discussion tonight.
I think you're correct. I mean, the documents are, it's either they're not showing or it's really hard to see where trees are being removed. As at least from the site plan, it looks, like there's stuff on the periphery, but not the footprint of where the trees would be displaced. So I echo your comments.
And I do see the occasional tree protection along the sides, but I'm not seeing anything where it's being removed. There is a table of trees to remain and the sizes of those, but
actually, I think, I'm not sure if I'm reading that right. On the plans, what page? It's page 9. Of this. Well, it's page 64 in the packet, but yeah, and I can't tell if those black dots, because it says existing trees to be removed with an X, and then throughout the floor plan you see kind of these black masses on the southeast and southwest buildings. So I just used my imagination when I visited the site and assumed that at least on that southeast that most of the trees would be removed, except for those on the edges.
Commissioner Ternay, I can try to help clarify the language in the MND.
Oh, that would be lovely. Thank you.
So it's verbatim from our code, except that what's not stipulated is that it's under the section as mitigation, and it's not absolutely required that tree removal be mitigated within a project. It's actually, there's some discretion given to your commission. So it really states that a property owner may be required to provide mitigation. And then the following bullet points that you see at the bottom of your page, which is replanting on site, replanting off-site, and then unpermitted removal of trees, which I don't think is being contemplated here. So it's your discretion to determine if mitigation is warranted, and if so, at what level. I think what's unfortunate is that the language simply says it's absolutely required, which it's not. So certainly if your commission determines that some level of mitigation is warranted, then you can talk through that. If your commission is comfortable with the amount of trees being proposed to allow the development, then you may determine that no mitigation is necessary.
Okay, and I would like to find out what the actual comparison is of what's going in with the landscape plan and what's come out, but that again is for the...
Oh, that's helpful.
So this is an older version of this is like maybe 3 iterations ago. This is an old tree. It is the same configuration as we see today, but there were some changes to the plan set. But this one shows where the trees are being removed. But it doesn't give us a quantity.
Oh, great. It's actually, I didn't think that there was that many there and that few over at the other side. But, okay. Can I pass it off for now? And then,
Yes, that would be fine.
I think I'm good for now.
Jerusha, do you have any questions for staff?
Okay, I had a question on the parking on Rue Ivy. If we could go maybe to that plan that shows that.
Is this sufficient?
Yep, you got it. That's perfect. Thank you. So my concern is, if you look on the map, the parking that's off of building A2 on the roadway, it seems like the parking in front of the building is fine, but then as it extends to the north, I'm just concerned about just a little bit on the visibility of that parking from the road, and I'm just wondering if that could be relocated, or if I'm not sure how that looked in the visual sim. Just a couple of concerns on that. Is that in the visual sim? Do they show the cars along the road there? And if are there options to relocate? And maybe that's a question for the applicant. Okay. And then the materials, have you actually been provided like material boards?
No.
But that's a condition that will happen?
The condition that's stated in there is just to provide a color palette, but we can definitely ask for an actual mock-up or material board.
And the reason why I say that is, like, a project that was recently approved, I envisioned the metal being a certain way, and it's not like the way I envisioned from the color board. So I think it's important to be able to like see it and see how durable it looks, and like make sure it has that quality feel to it versus like kind of thin, flimsy, and might get warped by a leaf. I'm sorry.
I know what you're referring to, and
So that was just something that I think we should include. That's it for now.
Okay, great. Dan, do you have any questions for staff?
I was curious about electric vehicle charging stations. Is there any requirement now or plans for present or future?
They don't have it shown on the plans, but I believe there is a building code requirement to incorporate electric vehicles.
Mm-hmm. So that would just be somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Dave?
3 questions. My concern is the visual impact of the taller building A2 from Highway 89, and I'm wondering, do we have an idea, and maybe the applicant can answer this too, how much of a construction area zone are we going to afford them, and how many of these actual tall trees are we going to be able to preserve? Do we have an overlay of that?
I think this is the only tree protection plan that we have at the moment. I would say I would defer to the applicant team about the construction practices on how they would preserve the trees. They would be required to do the general drip line fencing, construction fencing that's required around trees to preserve them on site. But if you want to understand how they're going to, we can ask for a better tree protection plan as part of it.
It's not so much a tree protection plan, but it's more of a tree preservation plan. I know that they're going to need significant amount of room around the site to maneuver their equipment and set their pods and everything in. But my concern is that we are able to preserve as many of the trees in between Building A2 and Highway 89. So I'd like to have have somebody expand on that a little bit more. Beyond that, next question: what's the zoning of the Gales land to the south of that?
I believe it's the same, RM10.
Okay, and have there been any proposals on that property at all, or is it just quiet right now?
it's been quiet. I don't think since I've been here, we've received anything, actual proposal or anything.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
I had one more.
Yeah, great.
Has the fire department reviewed like the tree density and such on the parcel to the south, just to make sure, given there's only one, one ingress egress point, I'm wondering if the defensible space requirements are met.
There was some concern from the fire district about tree thinning on the road into Route Ivy. That would have to be between the fire district and Gales, the property owner of the southern property, but there's potential that the applicant team could work with them, or the town can also help work with them to meet the requirements of fuel management for the district.
Perfect. Great.
Great, thank you. I just have one question for staff. I was curious, Caleb had mentioned the support from the town in light of support that the town has provided for the other workforce housing, locals housing projects in town, Artist Lofts and Coburn Crossing come to mind. But I was curious what the town's contribution to this project was or is or planned to be.
Well, right now the town retains ownership of the property, the exterior parcel 2 where phase 2 is located, and we are working with the applicant team to transfer ownership to them so that they can move forward with the construction of the project. Other than that, we don't have anything else planned. I think in the past we have helped with the infrastructure for I think Caleb touched on it, the infrastructure for Route Ivy and getting the utilities to the actual project.
Okay, so is there a bonus or an incentive with regards to the land, like you're giving them a good deal or a good price, or it's free, or it's $1, or I'm just curious. I just kind of want to better understand kind of the town's contribution to this project in light of its contribution to other housing projects in the community. Okay. Caleb said he could share when he comes up. That's great. I just want clarity and transparency and understand how this is all laid out. I don't have any more questions for staff. I have questions for the applicant, but I'm happy we'll move on. Anything? Yeah, go right on.
How did the town acquire that land in the first place?
As part of the Grays Crossing Development Agreement, it was provided as a public benefit to the town from the East-West partners at the time.
It was donated, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, right. Okay, anything else for staff before we move to the applicant?
I do have just 2 more questions about the mitigated neg deck.
Okay.
So I can do that now or after?
Do it now.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to come back up? So I just didn't understand what the language was for the mitigation measure for the NOx. It just, construction activities shall be scheduled to direct traffic flow to off-peak hours as much as practicable. I just don't know what that means.
Sure. Again, Nick Papani with Rainey Planning and Management. That's taken directly from the Air District. That's their kind of standard mitigation. If you're in their, what they call kind of their Tier B emissions, and specifically for NOx or nitrous oxide emissions during construction, it was within their level B range. So they say, here's our standard level B measures that the construction process will have to comply with. So what they're trying to articulate is that to the extent you can direct your construction traffic in off-peak hours. So it's not community traffic or anything, but it's because there's community traffic during peak hours. Let's have your construction vehicles and fleet arriving during off-peak hours so that it's not contributing to additional delay on the street system that could increase emissions through idling of vehicles and so forth.
And how does that work if your hours of operation are 7 to 7?
Yeah, and we've required this in other instances as well, and And, it is to the extent feasible, so it's not an absolute, and that's consistent with the air districts. I think understanding that in some cases it is difficult to accomplish that, but the applicant may be able to speak with, the intent in terms of how they think they can comply with that. But I have seen it done in other instances where, at least some of the heavier trucks that might cause some delay are, maybe the employees come during the early hours, but some of the heavy truck deliveries are off peak, and that can help achieve that goal.
Thank you so much. I really just had no idea what they were getting at there. So thank you for putting that into plain English. And then real quick, it looked like to me that the biological resources section, the plant survey, it looked like it was done in September, but I believe that was just, I guess that's the date that the report was submitted.
Yeah, good question. The date of this, so there are two documents. One is the general biological resource assessment, and then there's a specific special status plant survey that was done. The special status plant survey report is dated September of 2019. In the report, they clarify that the survey was done in July 2019, and I actually did speak. Yumi shared some comments earlier today, passed along. I did speak with the biological consultant, and they confirmed that the survey was done within the identifiable periods of the potential special status species that could occur within the on-site disturbance areas, and they did not find any special status plant species.
Great. Thank you so much for clarifying that. That makes
Absolutely.
much more sense. I appreciate that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'll invite the applicant up to the podium for questions. Thank you. Susie, would you like to start? And don't feel pressure. I can ask anyone else.
I can take turns or I can start, either way.
Go jump right in.
All right. Hey, can we look at the floor plan for Building A? There is a weird, yes, there it is.
Yeah.
There's a weird extension down there, and I have it labeled as A11 and A13, and I don't know how to show you, but
I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the middle units there.
The panhandle?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's an honor.
Wow.
Okay.
that seems like a slightly inefficient use of space.
Yeah. From
I'll tell you about it if you want to know.
This is one of my highlights of sticking, like, I can't.
Yumi, do you know where we're looking? Can I walk up and show you
It's the 2-bedroom unit on the inside, the interior. I didn't even see the window in my iterations, and now I actually see a window which provides something, but from a design standpoint, I have a really hard time with that. But I know we're not in deliberations. Okay.
Okay, it's okay. That's all right. You want to talk about that real quick? Okay. So it's Caleb Roop again with the Pacific Companies. So what you see there is a product of two things. So this building, to get the number of units, the number of 2-bedroom units, okay, you can see the difference between, for example, what's on the end of the buildings. If you look at the lower right-hand corner of your screen, you'll see a 2-bedroom unit there, right? What allows that to get more of a traditional unit is the fact that you're an end unit there. Okay, so that's why you get windows and stuff. Just above it there on the screen on the upper right-hand corner, that's a 3-bedroom unit, and you can kind of see how the modules work there. So in the middle of the unit, as someone that works on modular often, worked on this project specifically, this was not a desirable outcome that we specified, okay, just to be clear. But I would say a couple things. So for one, it is possible to essentially do what's called a buried bedroom, meaning you don't have that corridor there, right? Call it a window well for ease of the conversation, where the light is coming in. So this is a Type 5 building. What that means is that there's certain requirements for the fire suppression and all that kind of stuff. if, for example, we were to take that away, let's say add it to the bedroom that's on the, against the exterior there, the building becomes a type 3 building. And the meaning of switching from a type 5 to a type 3 building, which is in the building codes, is it adds about a $10 a square foot charge to all of the rest of the building. That's one of the economic impacts of doing type 5 versus type 3. Someone in your building department, if you ever want to talk to them, can talk to you about what the difference is between type 5 and type 3, but it has to do with like fire-treated lumber, for example, and cast iron pipes and things like that change when you flip the code like that. And so this was really an ambition to try to get more bedrooms in the project, because otherwise, we could make those into very large one-bedroom units. That's another move, right? We could do that. But I felt from the point of view from a housing needs issue, and I felt it better to try to do more density in terms of bedrooms than I would if I just turned that into a one-bedroom, because that's what I could have done. I could have just made it a one-bedroom unit. And then you'd have basically, this very large, bedroom, probably master bath combination that could have been done. And I felt the value as a housing owner and knowing what's going on at Frischman 1 and all the residents and the waiting list we have. I said that the move was to really work on this and make it a buried bedroom, or make it that corridor there. And it's not efficient. Yeah, I got it, right? But I felt the value in the bedroom. So that was the answer to it.
Yeah, I mean, I my degrees in architecture. I've worked in design for 20 years. To me, it's like, I have a really hard time believing that's the best you could do and that it couldn't be reconfigured in some way. I honestly, this is one of my biggest hangups of this project was,
Yeah.
I find that to be a horrible use of space, really poorly designed. I mean, I have issues with the lack of outdoor stuff, but this really has, I have a hard time. I hear what you're saying. I get it. I see kind of, yes, you're wanting to go more, have the extra bedroom.
You can imagine, but you can imagine if you've got the architectural background, you can kind of tell, you really only have roughly, especially since it's a module, 12 to 14 feet of space to work with, right? So there are other ways to do it. You can cut it in half, but at the end of the day, for that exterior space, you only have that space to work with. So the configuration is either like 7 and 7, and then it doesn't really work out because that's too narrow. There's those kinds of considerations. So it really was basically, is it ideal and desirable? No, but the truth of it is that space is going to get used. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But it is not. Is it the best? That I could think of. I mean, I'm open to other ideas, but honestly, that was what we came up with.
Looks like great bike storage to me.
It for sure is that.
Is there the same requirement for the living space as well? Like you couldn't swap the second bedroom with the living space? The requirement for the window.
Yeah, so the way, I mean, in looking at that, you'd still have the same issue, because really what you're talking about is light into a bedroom. Right? So if, let's say, you moved the living space over there, you'd still have to find a way to get light to that bedroom that's behind the living space, if you follow.
Or swapping the living space with the other bedroom.
I looked at that. But then you would have no natural light into the living, dining, kitchen. So it's a trade-off. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move on from there. What do you have to say about bike racks?
Okay, so I'm going to have Jeff. Can you come up and address that one? Yeah, so Jeff is Pasador. He's the president of Cambridge Real Estate Services, and they're the management company that manages the existing facility. So to the extent you got any questions about existing project, how it's going, he can answer those questions.
Well, and this is also do you have a plan for exterior bike racks on the coming project?
Yeah, we do have a plan for exterior bike racks on the coming project for sure, but I want him to address the current, you had that question.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. As Caleb mentioned, my name is Jeff Pasador. I'm with Cambridge Real Estate Services. Bike racks as designed for inside storage are great. Families feel those are secure. They'll be used. Bicycle storage outside tends to be more seasonal. Our experience is, quite honestly, that parents like the kids to bring the bike inside. This is an affordable housing community. Incomes are limited. Bicycles tend to migrate away if they're not secured well. We actually, in a way, kind of discourage a lot of outdoor bike storage because it doesn't always get locked up as promptly as we'd like by younger users in particular. And it leads to a financial hardship for the families to have to replace bikes too often. So there's certainly a population here that will own bikes, and I'm sure the development will include a combination of bike storage indoor and outdoor. The indoor storage is a little bit more work for the kids, good way to discipline them, and a real good way to prevent some, petty crime issues, vandalism, loss of bikes that can become problematic.
Do we have phase one?
We do have bike storage in phase one. Phase one is designed in such a way that there's some tuck under stairway bike storage that's very well utilized and very proximate to people's homes. It tends to be kind of right at their front door. We've not had any problems at all. There's also some space in a large covered walkway around the community building that had originally been bike storage and was really underutilized. So it's been kind of sort of repurposed to be outdoor gathering space and sitting area more than bike storage. It was just not proximate enough to people's homes for people to feel good about leaving a bike that far away.
Great. Well, thank you for coming in and sharing all that. And then, so it looks like the requirement is for 12 bike parking spaces outside, and I'm assuming that you'll be able to manage 12 bike parking spaces outside somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, moving on. So it looks like in all those conditions of approval that they're asking you to find just a tiny bit, 1.1% more snow storage. Can you do that?
Well, I mean, we'll have to, right, if that's the condition. So 1.1% is not a significant amount of change, so I believe we can make that happen with the engineering team. Yeah, I mean, here's our expert saying yes, so we're good.
Perfect. Great. That's what I wanted to hear. How do you feel about a parking management plan? Do you think that that would make things easier to say that up front? If you're renting a studio apartment, you have the option for one parking space only. Is that helpful, or would that be not helpful?
I'm going to invite Jeff back up, but I was going to speak to, as long as maybe we had one parking space for the smaller units and, maybe 2 spaces for larger units, like 3 bedrooms, for example. But I didn't want to limit like a 3-bedroom household to only one parking space, so I wasn't quite sure what the angle was. But we've had parking management plans many times. They're not new to us. And if it's something that the commission felt was in order, we could definitely live with it. Jeff, you want to talk about just our parking and the residents now and the larger units and stuff?
And I just want to say, why I'm a little bit nervous, because your current residents who do have what is deemed adequate parking are saying that there isn't enough parking. And so that's my concern, is like maybe that should be up front for the new residents.
From a property manager's standpoint, parking is about proximity to home. And I think that this site plan does an excellent job of placing parking in close proximity to the newly created rental units. I think we're going to find that at any rental community, there's a certain demographic that always feels there's not enough parking. The kids grow up, they get cars. We now have 3 and 4 cars per household. If we have teenage drivers, there's never enough parking. This property exceeds parking standards throughout our more than 100 rental communities. Combination of reserve parking, intelligent policies regarding the number of vehicles, the nature of the resident demographic. This is an absolute dream parking formula. I was at some of the public hearings and discussions regarding inadequate parking. I know those residents, and I know they feel very strongly there's not adequate parking, but honestly, we trade the amount of rental units we can add to a site when we have to add more parking. And I think that serving the greater good is making sure that we got places where people can live. And this kind of parking formula, particularly for this unit mix, is really, it's an absolute joy to see this much parking for this many units and this proximate.
And so would it be helpful to you to have, for those families that then have the kids becoming teenagers, getting more cars, to have that written in like, no, you can't park them here.
It's absolutely written into our policy. Our rental agreement only has so many places for you to identify how many vehicles you have, and it just doesn't work to have 3 or 4. What typically happens is we reserve 1 to 2 stalls per apartment, depending on the size of the apartment and the amount of parking available. And we try to reserve some for guests and care providers and others that are there. And again, this formula works beautifully. 2 parking stalls per apartment is really a very generous parking factor.
Okay, and I'm not asking you to increase it. I just I didn't know if there needed to be structure ahead of it. Okay, again, thank you. So also, it looks like the part of the conditions of approval, they need sidewalks from those parking spaces that are along Route Ivy. Is that an issue, or is that manageable?
No, we can manage that, I believe.
Awesome. Can you tell me about what's going on? How will you deal with the retaining walls that can't be in that area of the setback?
Bring up a more competent person.
Good evening, Martin Wood with SCO Planning and Engineering. And I'll try to simplify it a lot on the easement issue and the retaining wall. So there's a number of easements that are on the property that go way back to the original Boca Estates final map, even prior to Grace Crossing. And typical of that era, a lot of easements just get created for purposes that they may be needed in the future. So the majority of the ones on the site, especially along I guess what would be the south boundary line, there's no utilities really in the majority of that easement line. We have reached out to the utility companies, TDPUD, TSD, AT&T, and so on, and basically asked to abandon different sections of that where we want to do different development, because the requirement is no retaining walls within an easement area. We've gotten good feedback from that. I think we got a couple requests going west from Rue Ivy along the south line. TSD wanted to retain about a 10-foot strip. Doesn't impact what we're trying to do with the development, but they want the ability to have flexibility in the future with what happens on the Gale property. As far as the easement that's going in a southwesterly direction, the primary one that kind of looks in the way, that's an old AT&T toll and cable easement. We've been in contact with them. They have an old line that has since been disconnected. It isn't really being utilized through the majority of the property. In the northerly section, where we have the 2 northerly buildings located, there is active utilities in that section for telephone and gas. We've been in contact with both agencies to route about a 200-foot section of utility around the building and provide them with an easement in kind. They've been receptive to that so far, and we're working through the process. We have the majority of the legal descriptions and exhibits prepared and are trying to get final buy-off and get that into the town for the ones that have to go before council for abandonment. So that's on the easement issue. In terms of retaining walls, one thing that kind of goes hand in hand with the retaining wall, I know there's one behind the easterly A building in the southeasterly corner. That easement would be abandoned, so we won't have an issue with that rockery retaining wall. Are you bringing up
And were the retaining walls just in easements, or were they in setbacks as well?
They were in setbacks, but I think staff got creative with what they called the front to deal with that. Is that correct, Yumi?
Yes,
Okay.
not creative.
Well, it's a unique site in the way that the shape is, and it really is kind of difficult to say what is truly the front based on the history. Just one other thing, I know there was a question about trees, and I just want to touch on that. This site, true to form for Truckee, they did good stuff with the architecture in terms of step foundations. We're not building massive pads. I think the only building that's really kind of more of a pad is the southeasterly building, and that's because you got ADA considerations from Rue Ivy to the finished floor elevation. That necessitates the retaining wall at the back. Other than that, the other buildings, they're using a step foundation technique to minimize the amount of ground disturbance. And per the development code, we're only removing the trees that are within 5 or 6 feet of the grading areas. So we're trying to maximize retention of the trees on that. Yes, a lot of trees have to come out for a density of this size, but I think what they're doing with the techniques of the foundation, the retaining walls, we're going to absolutely retain as many trees as possible. So.
And related to trees, do you know how many are on the landscape plan to be replanted?
I don't know the answer to the landscape plan offhand.
All right.
I know it's a good looking plan, but we are removing a lot of trees just to fit the confines of the building. But the grading is definitely an approach of the least amount of grading and trying to save as many trees as possible. The other thing to say on that, like a lot of sites that have to have all of their infrastructure built, Phase 1 already did that. So we're going to have a very minimal footprint, I would say, beyond the buildings on this Phase 2 compared to a new project, because most of the infrastructure is already in. So that should save more trees as well.
Okay. Thank you. And Yumi, I think you pulled up how many they're planting. What was that? Some 70, 80 trees, something like that?
80.
80 trees. Okay. Thank you for that. Is that? Oh, I guess that might have been on there. Sorry, I missed that earlier. Okay. So there is a picnic area to the north end, and it is right next to the road. So there is a statement here. Open space and recreational areas. This is on page 12 of our staff report. The 8th bullet. Open space and recreational areas should take advantage of available sunlight and should be sheltered from noise and traffic. I feel like that picnic area is neither sheltered from noise nor traffic. Do we think that's going to actually get used in that location, or is that just the only spot it could be?
Well, it's a product of a couple things. One, it fits there obviously because of the, as the parking ends, it's a spot you can put something. I don't know about relocation. Martin, do you have an assessment about like if we can go to the north more? We certainly could. One thing we could do, although the topography gets a little tricky, there's space between the buildings there that if we actually worked that into kind of, if you can imagine on the west side of those, between those two buildings on the west side, there you go, that we could work with that. We'd probably need to do some retaining wall work in that area, but we could make a flat area there and have kind of a picnic area there. That would be one move. And then that would be like kind of next to the buildings, and you'd have the views down to the school. It's actually quite nice over there. So that is one move. Like I said, we need to look at the retaining walls, but if that was something you guys wanted to see, we would make a move there.
Oh, it sounds like it would be much more appealing as far as an amenity for the residents.
Yeah.
There. So the Architectural Review Committee asked for more central playground, and I also want to echo Alexis. I like the idea of the natural playground, but is there any way you could address the ARC about that, and what do you have to say about?
Yeah, the one way we were anticipating doing that anyways, because I quite frankly wasn't totally satisfied with how much space we had on the southern location that you see there. Okay, and a lot of times what's hard to determine is that until you actually pick the specific structure or what you're going to actually do, you don't really exactly know. And so the other move I was considering was actually expanding our existing playground facility that's in the middle of the property there, and that's where the community center is anyways. So there's natural inclination to be in that part of the development. It's got that nice greenery through there. There's actually a lot more space to do stuff in the interior of our existing property than there is in that little spot there. So if you guys desired us to look at that more carefully and directed staff to do that, that's a good aerial right there. You can kind of see. There is quite a bit of space. For example, that one little green pocket to the left, that can be expanded. There's an area there kind of with the end of that parking lot. So there's just a lot of area we have on that site that, have much more room to do something there than we do where it is currently located.
Excellent for those options. I appreciate that. Now, the Architectural Review Committee also said something about a community garden, or that it was removed. And again, there was some confusion about where A2 was, so I don't know which one that was. What happened? Where was it? And why did it go away?
That one I'm not sure about. Do you remember, Chris, from our? Well, you don't say anything because they won't be able to hear you, but right down in there in the right-hand corner, right? And that's where it's located now. Sun exposure. Okay, so that was the answer. So that location they didn't like for that. And I actually pointed that out in part because I think the trees being there too provides quite a bit of shade. So if it was a desire to have some community gardens, if that was important, then I think I would make the same move again and try to concentrate it in the core of the development that exists already and amenitize that, because there's lots of room in there to do that. There's also probably a couple other spaces we could work on, but I guess kind of my view on everything is the more that I can attract everyone to kind of a common area that's nicely amenitized where the community center is, the more I'm going to try to go for that direction, if that's what you guys agree to. But that would be my move.
Okay, we can talk about that. Shoot, there was something I forgot to write down here, but yeah, is there any way to add any more of those decks? It's so, we all love our outdoors here, and
yeah, I know it. And I'll tell you that a couple things are going on there. For one, could we add more decks? Yes, we could. It gets very tight, right? Because the decks protrude out. So wherever we add them, we've got that issue. We're going to take out more trees, even that little bit of 4 feet or 8 feet of extension of that deck. But I have to tell you, another thing that's kind of happened in the state that is really a big detriment, and you know, unfortunately, they had an accident in Berkeley. You might remember it. You know, the balcony fell and some people died. And so, you know, like typical, the legislature kind of overreacted and now requires essentially destructive testing and ongoing monitoring and maintenance of all these decks, you know, every multifamily project subject to it. And the problem is that there's this destructive testing element where you got to go in and rip things apart and, you know, make sure your joists are strong. And it's actually a coming threat to a lot of multifamily properties in terms of an operating expense that they didn't anticipate. So that's the primary reason we're dealing with. We got multiple things going on. I think one is that with the decks that we did put there, we really were trying to focus on bringing presence, like the Architectural Review Committee said, to the entries. And if we put more decks throughout the building, it's going to detract from that to some degree. So that was where we kind of settled, was to say, look, let's focus some articulation. Everything you see, if you had one of those elevations up, or if you went to the rendering of the big building, because I think that's where the question really is. The smaller buildings all have decks, and they're easy to fit. But we kind of limited those for all these reasons I just mentioned, and to bring, you know, prominence to the entrance. You could imagine, you know, what do you do with the roof lines if you extend those out? It just sort of, you know, impairs our building's articulation to some degree, and so that was the move. But, you know, all those factors were considered, and that's kind of where we settled.
And I think I'm on my last question. So when I was looking at the comparison of the west elevation of the A building, the previous one and the current one, and I really liked that entryway that was there, because that hallway used to go all the way through. So that's now off the table and not possible. I feel like that architecture makes that so much more broken down and accessible than on the previous west elevation versus the current west elevation. And
I get exactly what you mean. And I think what happened there is that the architectural committee really said, you know, it was their idea to kind of collapse the corridor that was going out that area, right? So that actually articulated the front elevation more than it did the end. And so if you know, that was their comment specifically. So when we came back, and, you know, it was a trade-off, right? Because I think I tended to agree. I kind of liked the end elevation myself, and I felt it was, you know, kind of a nice feature, but it also, you know, what they valued was the breakup of the rest of the building, and we recessed it 4 feet. It made that change. Anything you want to add to that, Walt? I mean, that's basically what happened, right? Yeah.
And can we go to the floor plan? Because if you had that hallway go through there, does that sort of make a bump out of that last unit?
Yeah, those last two, that's what happens.
So you get some sort of articulation, your wall goes this way down for that thing and then back up, or does it push the whole thing out?
It pushed the whole thing out there, and ultimately that's what led us to the conclusion. And I will say, you know, I know this is my own fault, right? I got it, but I've built 30 of these, so I'd have to repurpose them somewhere else would be my move. But which could be done theoretically. But I guess if there's one request I have is please don't change that. I went through the architectural review process, and I'm with you now. Could we do something with the end of the building? Could we shed roof some of those windows? You bet. We can totally do that, and provide some different look there than what you have there. So that is something for sure we can do. We can do anything on the exterior there to kind of help that. And I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you so much. That's an excellent suggestion that we will discuss with the
got it.
resident architect. Thank you.
Jerusha, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
Okay. Dan, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I mean, this building at the southeast side is obviously the most prominent, and I think probably the most controversial. What does that look like as two buildings?
You're asking like if we broke it apart?
I mean, I'm sure you went through that iteration.
Yeah, it really comes down to the trade-offs you make, because I get your point. The trade-offs you make between, if you break them apart, now you got setbacks between the buildings. Now you got more area to disturb, right? More trees you're going to take out. And quite frankly, with the existing road that's there, and then adding in the property lines, it really doesn't mean, doing that. It means reducing density. That would be the trade-off, minus so many units or whatever. So that's the one. It's just, it is what it is. I think at the end of the day, Jerusha had one thing that that she brought up in her comments or questions was regarding the parking kind of in that area. And one of the reasons in that elevation you don't see parking is because it actually goes down the hill at that point. And so that's why even if you look at that elevation, I don't know if you can bring that up, but the very end of the slides there. A couple more. And then one more. So that actually looks like a two-story building, right? But it's really a three-story building, as you guys know. And the same, so with that, the parking is actually down the hill a bit. You can't see it from the road. And that's a pretty accurate rendering of what's going on there. So, and can we screen that more too? Yeah, I think that's one of the comments I was going to bring up. But nevertheless, what your question about that, it was really, lose units, or, disturb more area, and the existing road kind of confining us to where we could actually physically put a building.
So how many units do we lose if either A, that becomes a two-story building as is, or two-story buildings?
Probably about at least 6, because you got 3 floors, and I'd say you'd have to take out one building in each, or 1 unit, 2 units in each floor, so at least 6, and maybe up to 12. Potentially would be the hit. 2 10-plexes or 12-plexes. Yeah, I mean something like that. I mean not much different than you see on the very north end of the property. Mm-hmm. So in that end of it, those are only 2-story buildings, and that's 8 units total over there. Could easily be 12 units over there. But the range, I don't think it's that drastic of a situation on our end, but that would be 12 units maximum down there versus 30. So we get 18 units in question. I don't think we'd lose 18, but we for sure lose 6, and we might lose up to 12 would be the impact. And that's definitely not something we'd want to do. It's just not a. I think we'd rather concentrate on how do we screen it, how do we make it so that it's not impacting the visual corridor there or whatever. And I think at the end of the day, with the existing trees that are there, plus what we can screen with, it's going to end up being a non-issue. And, driving by that every day, I don't think is going to be as big of a concern. There's across the street where we have Hennis Flats, it's much more prominent because that's right up on the road. And, if that seemed to work, I haven't had any complaints about the visual impact of that project. But nevertheless, that's more what you're dealing with. That had no trees on that side of the road. So that'd be what I'd say. Please, go for screening would be my request.
And then you mentioned you have the financing for all this in place. Would financing be impacted if you change the unit, that particular building?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I had that in the back of my head. But yeah, that's other than the constraints, we've kind of locked in a lot of the financing so we can go quickly. And so yeah, it would definitely be impacted. We'd have to give back some money or change it around or reapply, give back, reapply. We definitely would be delayed, another year, have to start in 2021 kind of thing. That'd be the outcome.
But cost would be less too, right?
Cost would be less on a per unit basis for sure, because you're reducing units, but because we wouldn't have the density anymore, you got kind of higher cost per unit, amortizing over your fixed cost over a smaller number of units. And ultimately, we started with more density here, but site constraints and everything else really pulled us down.
On the height of that building, you mentioned truss design, special roof material, but then earlier you mentioned the change would be to go with a flat roof. Is that the alternative?
Well, that was in the context of the, we asked for a concession on height there because we're at, 40 feet versus 35 in the code. So I just felt architecturally, and the committee, I think, agreed, is that, if we went to a flat roof there, we certainly we wouldn't have that concession anymore. It would pull down the height of that building by, 6 feet or something, or, in that range. It just wouldn't architecturally be consistent with the other buildings that are there. So that was why we went with a structure like we have, which, by the way, is more expensive to do that. It would be much more affordable to build a flat roof and actually have that kind of a product style. But I just didn't feel like we should go that way because it didn't fit with what was already there. And so it was kind of that balance between managing what's on the deck already and in the neighborhood versus, doing something totally different and having enough diversity so you can see a difference but not being too diverse that, like, why'd you go flat roof? I mean, that'd be pretty noticeable. So that was why we made the choice we did.
Is that the only way to reduce the height?
Yeah, other than take a floor off. I mean, there's no other way to do that.
Do you have any more questions?
I think that's it for now.
Okay.
Yep.
Dave, do you have any questions?
So from a civil standpoint, as far as the site goes in regards to cutting and filling, do you guys have calculations as to whether or not you'll be exporting material off the site? I mean, is there excess soil that might be able to use for an earthen berm so that we could build that up for and put vegetative screening on top of it?
Yes, the answer is yes. There is a little bit of export, I think a couple thousand yards in our calcs, if I'm recalling correctly. And that would either be off-haul or there is locations probably at the very north end of the property that could probably maybe produce a little bit of a mounding or screening effect off of the roundabout. That might be a place that it could be wasted effectively and not have to off-haul.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Is that all?
That's all.
Okay. Actually, Martin, I have a question for you, but Caleb, I can ask you first. I have a question about construction impacts and access to the existing residents. Do you guys have a plan to kind of protect and maintain safety for everyone who's living there?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we'll be working with existing management, notices, hours, all that stuff will be. We've done second phases probably 15 times, so that's part of the program is to have active resident communication when we're going to be doing excavation, when the craning, setting, and stitching elements happen, because that's kind of a big deal. And those boxes come in, it's takes up the street. Got to have a one-way traffic usually.
Okay. And then I had a question about the unit types and how that was determined. I'm aware that I went and toured Coburn a couple months ago, and I was struck by that they were planning to have many more 3-bedroom units, and it sounded like that was cut off. And so they had more studios and I think 1-bedroom. And I'm aware or I was of the understanding that there is more of a need for these larger units, and so I was curious to better understand how you came up with your unit count and kind of the emphasis on there's kind of a significant number of studios and where that was derived.
Sure. We kind of looked at it on an overall basis. So we tend to want to build larger units, and larger units, I mean 2-bedroom and greater.
Yeah.
The market typically doesn't build those, 3 bedrooms in particular. So when you look at the overall mix, we'll be 12 studios, 12 1s, 40 2s, and 36 3s. Well, that's kind of phase 1 and phase 2 combined for 100 units. And, one of the things we go back to the issue with the bedroom, right? We've been talking about it a little bit. That same problem persists with larger units. So in a bigger building, how do you get the bedrooms to all have windows, And that was kind of the sacrifice choice I made when I elected to, instead of do a 1-bedroom unit, and there I added a 2-bedroom unit, right? Not an ideal 2-bedroom, I'm granted, but a 2-bedroom unit nonetheless. And so that kind of played into it, honestly, with everything. Those smaller buildings, you go to the north end of the site there, well, those are all 3-bedroom. They're very easy to do, and you got room all the way around it. It's just that consideration is where I settled, and so I tried to do as many large units as I can, because that actually is desirable. So I took almost every corner and made 3-bedroom units there.
I appreciate that. I had an idea in my attempt to solve this conundrum, because it's really hard to fathom. How about skylights? I get that you have trusses, but they have those like tubes.
Yeah.
And you could reconfigure this. You move that other bedroom where the living room is, and then you could put in a skylight so that the living, dining, kitchen has natural light, and you get 2 bigger bedrooms, and they both have nice light and room and orientation. It seems like an option. I don't know what that cost is, but perhaps that's something that could be,
That could only work on the top floor, though, right?
Yeah, I didn't think, right. Well, something's better than nothing. That's a good.
I will tell you this. Like, I know you hate this. Like, I get it. And I don't like it either. Okay?
I am really, my spatial, that part of my brain is just like, oh God.
I actually thought about making it a closet, honestly. But there's, there's an issue with that from a building code perspective,
I
because,
get that.
the light's not in the bedroom anymore. It's in the.
And isn't there egress? No,
there's no egress. If you have a door there, there's that, but you'd have, there's just code issues that we'd have to manage our way through. So what you're talking about, just to be straight about it, is there's basically, there's 12 units that have this condition, okay? There's 12 total out of the 68, 6 in each building, and that's what we're dealing with. So the only move I would make here, and it wouldn't be a move I'd want to make, but the only move I would make is it's properly a 1-bedroom unit. That's what it really is. It wants to be a 1-bedroom unit, but I don't want to make that trade. If you guys insisted I make that trade, I'd make it, but I'd rather that 2-bedroom unit. I'd rather that space.
I hear what you're saying. Isn't it really? Are these 3 stories?
Yeah, they are.
So it's 24. Is it 24 units because of the other?
It's 12 because there's 6 in each one, and then 2 buildings.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
it's just those.
It's just those ones facing that way, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now you can see, incidentally, because you'll appreciate this. You go to the southern part of the building. What's happening over there? You see what's happening. So that's a 1-bedroom unit, and you kind of get a feel. And then what did we do with that space? We made it into storage.
Yeah.
And in another spot in the building, we made it into laundry. So we're trying to use these pockets strategically. Yeah. And that could have easily been the same kind of unit, right?
No, I appreciate that.
But it's like I made that trade and I went 50-50 on it, and I wrestled with it too. I design a lot of buildings, so I get it. But I'm blaming this guy over here too. And I wanted something that shaped.
You should.
Something shaped kind of like the state of Idaho, so you could see. That was the other thing. You missed that. I wanted
What was that?
The state of Idaho. You can see that kind of shape of Idaho and homage to our state. So no. Anyways, that's a bad joke.
Okay.
Nikki, they're going to need a place to put their paddle boards too.
All that.
Oh God. Yeah.
I'll do this one because you had one. You have more questions, but I do want to take one off the table for you. You had about the town's contribution.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that was one I had written down. And I would say in the context of this, not desirable, that little element. But first of all, the council has to prove this. This is what I'm proposing to be done. But the town's only contribution, should the council approve it, is the land itself, like they did on phase 1. And I really worked hard to try to keep any other, you guys are trying to fund affordable housing kind of across the town here. And my goal was hey, I said, give me the land back in the day. I got it done. And I didn't want to kind of keep that same theme going, even though we're 15 years later. Right. I said, just give me the town, let me get it done. Give me the land, let me get it done. And I've done it. I think I have done it. So I will not be asking the town for any more support other than the land itself.
I appreciate. I was just curious, given kind of what else has gone on in town. So
yeah.
But maybe they'd pay for your skylights on those those 4 units on the 2 buildings.
Adding skylights is really not a problem. In the upper floors.
To turn those just to a little reconfiguration. Those could be the model units. A little more expensive.
No, I get it. I'm trying to think of it this way: 68 units of affordable housing, all this town contribution.
I hear you.
12 units not so good, but you know what? They're going to get used, and everyone's going to be happy. So.
And I think that phase one is a model. Every time I drive by it, which is often, I think how impressed I am, and I'm appreciative, and I feel like you guys have this track record, and so I'm taking that to heart. I honestly, the space planning is near and dear to my heart. I did walk the site, and I honestly thought that the building A1 was across the path, which would put it on the Gales property. And so when I realized where it is, it seemed really, really tight. And maybe Martin wants to speak to this. I mean, I'm pretty good with the 3D. I have a hard time understanding how that mass is going to fit on that small little triangle, and how the path, which I really like, will be, that whole area is going to be impacted by this massive building. It just felt like the space is too big for that location.
So you're talking the southwest corner?
Yes.
Okay, so southwest corner, that trail gets realigned, and we follow the existing, along the property line, basically at grade, and we follow topo there. We successfully get about the same length of trail, so the gradient or slope of the trail will remain about the same the way it is, but we're basically regrading that retention pond that is down in that corner.
Oh, so you're that path that runs along, goes north, or it runs north south, or kind of to an angle. Is that the one you're talking about, realignment? Yeah, that teal.
The map here?
Is that? Yes. You might need to grab the.
What if the site plan shows the realigned trail? Thank you, Jerusha.
This is the realigned portion.
Oh, okay. So I'm not talking about that one. I was talking about the one that runs really from north to south.
This one here?
Yes.
That one doesn't change.
Okay. Can it? Could it? I was really excited when you said that, because I felt like that might open up that space. It just feels incredibly pinched.
Really, a lot of thought went into phase one and how the approaches of those trails came and turned onto that bridge. We did that 110-foot span across the tributary in phase one. So we really haven't analyzed adjusting that, but adjusting that would mean getting it closer to the tributary, which I don't necessarily think would be a good thing.
Okay.
One thing I can say about that building in the corner, about the height and different things, we did put that down as low as we possibly could and still meet ADA accessibility up to Rue Ivy right away. So the height is kind of tucked down in there a little bit, and we, effectively used the space to fit the units and still have the trail work.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the explanation. It just felt kind of square peg round hole in terms of the massing and the existing topography. But again, I go back to what's being provided and the need, and I understand that really can, outweigh some of these issues.
We could also, just as an idea, not that, but if you wanted us to try to screen the trail a little bit more, as you're coming, let's say, on the trail, and you want us to screen that with more trees to kind of hide that building a bit, that's something we could do too.
I would like that. I mean, I know that the school is right there. I know the path gets used. I mean, I saw kids on it today, and I think that would be helpful, even if deciduous aspen, just something to help break up the mass.
No problem, right? Yeah.
I had one thought about, there's what is that? You head in the parking. If you go right on Rue Ivy, the curve, and it's on the left. It's, I think, number 12. Kind of how that impacts it impacts the existing building. I don't know if more some screening could be put there, or it just the headlights going into people's windows.
Oh,
kind of struck me.
Yeah, we can.
There could be some additional screening.
The new parking you're talking about that kind of faces toward the old project.
Yes.
Got it. We can do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, overall, I feel like at least I don't really have the issues along the corridor so much that have been raised, because I feel like there is good screening and there's the buffer, that kind of expanse of land between 89 and the buildings. But I feel like I'm kind of starting to deliberate. I think I have no more questions. I feel like they've been answered. So thank you. Did anyone else have anything come up during this discussion? Okay, well, let's take a break. Let's take we need a stretch break, and I'm trying to see what time it is. It's, okay, 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, we will reconvene at 9 o'clock. Dan, did you turn me off? Oh, here we go. I'm back on. I think he shut me down. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're gonna have, Caleb, you're gonna speak.
Yeah, just
Clarification.
One point of clarification on the financial assistance that the town's providing. I spoke that the town's giving the land, and that was kind of my shorthand version of the transaction. But in reality, we're buying the land from the town at fair market value, and the town is taking the proceeds and loaning it back to the project as a loan. Okay, so effectively, it's not costing us anything that way, but the loan is on the books, and it is a loan that the town will have, just like they have for Phase 1. So I wanted to kind of give that clarification. That was it.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you. Okay, I'm ready to move us into deliberations if you guys are on board. Yeah? Okay, great. Dave, would you like to start with where you are with this project? Do you feel like you can make the findings to support it, or you hung
Yeah, I
up
feel
on
like we could make the
anything?
findings to support it. I feel like it's definitely filling a huge gap, in housing. My only concerns were before. My original concern was the massing and the scale of building A2 and its proximity to Highway 89. But looking at the renderings, if that is really what gets constructed, and we can preserve some of those existing trees there, then that I'm okay with that. I do like the idea of trying to, instead of off-hauling any material off the site, integrating that into the landscape plan. And if we could create some more berms, and maybe further down where Jerusha was concerned about that parking as it went a little bit further northerly on the eastern side of the property. Those are my big things. Is just, we don't want to have this gigantic forehead of a building right out on 89.
Great. Okay.
That's all I have for now.
Okay, appreciate it. Dan, thoughts?
I think it's kind of the same concerns, the size of A1 and A2, specifically A2 being right by the road, and how do those units fit into the cohesiveness of the rest of the project, given that they don't really, their volume is, I think 5 times that of the smaller units being proposed. And I just asked myself, I get it, we're trying to get density, I get it, we're trying to get as many units as possible, but are we making a compromise, because those buildings will be there forever, to achieve these units? There will be more affordable housing units built in Truckee in the very near future. It is happening. It's a lot of different places. And I just say, if we took one or both of those buildings and made them into smaller buildings, and we compromised 10 or 15 units or 20 units off the whole project, is that compromise worth it for the kind of longevity that we're trying to promote here versus having housing now?
Right. Yeah. No, I've been thinking about that as well. I think we should speak more to that.
I'm in favor of the project as a whole. I'm not saying no,
Yeah,
but I think those 2 buildings are very controversial. And looking at specifically Coburn Crossing, that's obviously kind of a shock to the community, but at least that entire development is all the same and is cohesive in a way, even though it's very big and in your face. I feel like these 2 buildings especially are going to stand out within this development. And like you said, when you drive past the existing Frishman Hollow, it's really a model. It's pretty awesome. It's tucked away. It's a nice project.
Right.
And I'm afraid this is going to compromise the whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to keep moving down the line. Jerusha, what are your thoughts?
I feel the same. This is one of those projects where it's just a balancing act of priorities and, is this something we can live with? The timing. I know you guys have done so much work to get your financing, and, the fact that you're already proceeding on getting the modulars built. And I'm just trying to weigh the pros and cons, and I'm really concerned about that building. I don't even mind the lower one because I feel like it's tucked down in there, and it's really A2. But good points on the cohesiveness, because you're right, like they don't feel the same with what's existing at Frischman. So yeah, I think we're just going to need to talk about that a little more.
Okay. Susie?
I'm a big fan of affordable housing. I see wanting to get as many units as possible. I'm just wondering if there's, instead of losing units, is there anything we can do architecturally to the outside of the building to create to break up those big spaces? And I am not an architect, but he's come up with some suggestions possibly for the west elevation. If there's anything we could do also on the rear elevation of those buildings to break up those big spaces. I feel like we might be able to not solve the problems, but at least minimize the problems with some creativity. So as far as cohesiveness goes, I don't know. It's hard to tell what these pictures would look like compared to what the actual existing project is, but I feel like if you have a cohesive color scheme between the two, that's going to bring them together more, even if the architectural styles aren't exactly the same. I like what's out there right now. There's that brick red and some sort of warm brown. I can't tell if that's what this is. So as far as cohesiveness, I think that could be achieved simply with color scheme. I like the ideas of putting some of those outdoor spaces in more amenable areas and more scenic areas. If we can do that, I think that might make that better. Although I do like the idea of having more than just one play area. It would be nice to have the second player area down there. I'm very sad that we can't put more decks in, but I feel like we went through this with the artist lofts as well, where they lost all their decks too. But I do understand the financial issue with that. So that's where I am.
Yumi, could you bring up the rendering, like the 3D model? I think that provides a good view. I mean, it definitely helped my. Yeah. I think this one is helpful. I think it's got more dynamism than the kind of flat elevations, or it speaks a little bit more, realistic. So I think there is. Maybe all us, maybe the four of us, and maybe not Dave, are feeling the massing is a little overwhelming.
No, I would disagree with that.
Oh.
I mean, I want you to know that I think the massing is overwhelming.
Okay, I hadn't heard you say that, so we're all in agreement.
Yeah, but I think that it can be solved with screening, and the way that we look at it. I mean, we need to have a give and take,
Yeah.
We either have affordable housing or we don't.
Right.
I would also like to mention, I'm not a fan of the cement board siding.
Yeah.
I think that as time goes on, that product just deteriorates and doesn't look good. And if we're talking about looking at these units not being cohesive with the existing units, I mean, I would like to maybe see another material tie the buildings together. But yes, I mean, these are massive, but that's what it's going to take. I mean, we need density to provide housing. I mean, that just is what it is. So that's why, earthen berms, bringing up bigger trees, trying to just make it, how do we, I hate to say, a nature Band-Aid, but, I mean, this whole thing's about compromise if we're going to figure out this affordable housing challenge.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm struggling with. It's such a successful site as it is. I think the location is so great. It's accessible, to so many things, the rec center, transit line, the highway, the bus system, the downtown, there's so many assets. And so it is really a give and take. I do I feel like the comments about making these more in line with the existing units makes a lot of sense. I think that could be done from a material and color standpoint, really kind of working with staff to make that happen. I echo Jerusha's comments about maybe the real material boards, not just the images, because there's all this truth lost in the colors and the printing, but I'm a fan of seeing the material in person and maybe even be able to hold it up to the existing buildings at Frischman. So let's talk some more about kind of the trade-offs on the massing. Dan, I feel like you're making some kind of points or going in a direction about considering, what would be the trade-off or the cost to break them up. And I think that's a valid conversation to have.
I mean, just as a size comparison, these are the same size as the buildings at Coburn Crossing. They're the same length, almost pretty darn close, same width and same height. So imagine taking one of those buildings and sticking it next to the existing buildings in that community, and is that just going to look and feel weird and dwarf those other buildings and make these seem even larger?
Right.
Yumi, are there any renderings that include those buildings, like that include the existing buildings with the proposed?
I don't think they provided me any renderings that show there's pictures.
But I mean, like, yeah, showing them intermingled.
No, there aren't any.
Okay.
Can you go back to that slide, though, of the existing? So the new building is like 4 times those size, 4 to 5 times.
Right, those are fourplexes, right? I think there's, okay. Well, we're at 60, there's 32 units of the existing.
How tall are these existing buildings right here? So they're what, just under 30 feet? No, they're only 2 stories. So the plate heights are they 9-foot plate heights on the inside? 8 foot? 9?
Are these the same size as the proposed fourplexes, roughly?
The previous staff report stated that the Frischman Phase 1 was around 30, all of the buildings were around 30 feet.
Hey, Nikki, as an architect,
Well, I'm not a licensed architect.
Okay,
I'm a residential designer.
Okay. Is there anything that can be done to any of these side elevations to sort of break up those masses is that something that we can explore?
I mean, there's the difference there's the materiality changes, and then there's the kind of planar offset, like the wall, pushing.
Well, and he was talking about the awnings over the windows or things like that.
It would break up the mass, I think.
And I think not only on that west elevation, but again on the sides of the rear elevation, and even on the fourplexes, there's that big blocky corner on those. That big red block on that side. I don't know if there's any way to.
I don't, those smaller units I feel like are really well designed and good and in scale with the existing buildings. And I think it really just comes down to the question and the trade-off of, can we accept this mass and scale? And I'm sure, I believe that there's been many attempts at kind of siting and such and location and all of those things in relationship to, so can we deal with that in relationship to the units, locals housing that we're going to get. And, we haven't really, I think Frischman Hollow was probably the last, well, we have the artist lofts, which haven't been built yet or aren't occupied. But I think this was the last affordable housing project that's been built for this income level. And that was, in like 2007 or I think. So it's been a long time. We're aware there's a great wait list of families. I know Coburn was built, but that was market rate, so it's not really targeting a huge financial need. I keep coming back to, and this is sort of a bigger picture. It doesn't really address the issue of the mass and scale, but the fact that over half of the workforce commutes. The town staff, hospital staff, school, fire district, half of those employees drive here from somewhere else every day. And that to me is not acceptable. That, is the sign of a community that's not taking care of its people. And so maybe that is enough for me to say the 68 units, it's 68 families, 68 maybe more, if it's a couple who works there. That's a lot of housing that we're going to be providing. And while I don't really like to hear that the buildings are already being constructed. The flip side is that means they would be built that much sooner. And I'm very aware of the artist loft's timeline and how many years, so much time, so much energy, so much effort, so much fundraising went into that to get ground broken. And that's 77 units, I think. So I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
No, I think but those are good points. I mean, the gamble that the developer has taken by starting 30 units without having this approved is audacious. Yeah. But
right.
But if we're looking at it from a community benefit standpoint, if he can have these units online in 16 months, I mean that's huge.
I think it's huge too. Yeah. So, should I take the pulse again? How are you feeling, Dan? You feel pretty set in the fact that maybe you can't support this because of the mass, or do you feel like there's enough of a give and take, or what are you thinking?
I guess I still weigh the short-term benefit versus the long-term cost. It's awesome that we could have this housing available in a year and a half. This will be here forever. Mm-hmm. And I guess, what is the give and take at this point?
Mm-hmm.
This is what we've been presented with, so this is kind of,
yeah.
At this point, there is no give and take yet. I would say give and take would be if we said, we can improve this if you reduce A2.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be some give.
Mm-hmm. I think one thing that I, take heart in is they're able to move forward. They have financing. They're not reliant or they're not dependent on all this, money that is yet to be acquired, which kind of creates this nebulous reality for so many projects. And so I guess I'm kind of weighing it that what you're saying, the give and take is that benefit of, well, they're able to move forward. We aren't going to be sitting on this waiting for all these years. So,
how many mods is this whole project?
You can come up to we don't typically call them, but it's fine.
I understand your struggles, I do. So it's a total of about 90 mods, 90 to 100, somewhere in there. And like I said, 30, there's about 22 on the factory floor and 8 are out the door. And I just want to remind why I chose to do that. Now, I fully accept that I chose that, right? I'm not here to say, you should do this because I did that, okay? To be clear, I'm a big boy and I get it. But I did it for a reason. And I did it because there was a hole in the factory and that was our window. And I am committed to this town, as you guys know. And my belief was that we would figure it out, okay? And that if I made that bet, which I did make a bet, and you're under no obligation to help me make that bet good, okay, to be clear. But I made it because I believe in the town. I've been here a long time, and I've made things work with this town for nearly 2 decades. That's why I did it. And incidentally, I went for all that financing, not even having, anything really in place with you guys. So, I mean, I did that piece of it too. And I would just say that my goal would be that I think that you will see that we can screen this thing really well. I think you will see that with material articulation and changes, if you have any, if you want us to come and work with staff and propose some different elevations and bring it back for consideration, some different material ideas and things, I mean, we can do those things, no problem, and keep the intent of this in place. And I think we can screen it. I think you're going to find that the only time you ever look at this project is if you're driving by Highway 89 or by chance if you're dropping your kids off at Alder Creek. Other than that, you're just not going to see these buildings. And, existing neighborhood's going to be a good neighborhood. So that's where I'll leave it. I know you guys got to do some deliberation and thinking, but in reality, I think we can get there and keep the intent of the project here and kind of compromise on the screening and the berming and the colors and the different things that I think in the siding selections, those are all flexible. So.
Okay, thank you, Caleb.
I mean, I guess the biggest issue is the visual impacts for me. And Dave's comment about earth and berm could be successful. I mean, even the one they put over at the Coyote Run 2 there, I mean, they moved a lot of dirt there and put a lot of trees there. And it's not the most attractive berm, but it is effective, and it's better than looking at the sides of those buildings.
Right.
And whether the site's an import or an export, I don't think matters. I mean, they could import dirt. There's plenty of dirt available if they had to build a larger berm.
No, I like that a lot.
And another thing that might be an option to explore would be what if only the easterly half of building A2 was 2 stories and, just to step it back a little bit, just another idea. And also just my concern, obviously this is a rendering, and this is oftentimes we see renderings and then what gets delivered out in the field is markedly different. I really, really, really can't emphasize enough that we need to save as many of these existing trees out in front of this, as it relates to Highway 89 for that just screening. I mean, they're already there. It's a resource that we have to preserve.
Well, we can make that a condition that they preserve and retain as many trees as possible. Even looking at ways to pull the building away from the, if possible, from the, east setback.
I mean, it doesn't look like there's any room for moving any of the buildings on that site.
There's the parking, yeah. Maybe can you show us the site plan?
Question. Is there any possibility of moving A2 to the west?
Flipping it with the parking?
Well, can you go back to the one with the parking highlighted in blue? Well, maybe that's not the best one, but just to that little, if we can fit that other building on the west there, could we fit A2 in that other little, where the road pulls in on the western?
Move it more west,
Literally,
and move the parking onto the east.
Just
or flip
see
it.
Where it's hard to
We're
see.
parking on both sides.
See where there's. Okay, we all know where the westerly trail is. And then we know where building A1 is.
Yeah.
Let's keep moving north and see where the road starts to turn in and veer to the east. And there's a pretty good sized space right there. I know it's steep, way too steep.
To that, they did speak.
Yeah,
to
they
that.
did, but I'm just, I don't know, just
right. And I mean, the breaking it up into two, breaking up A2 into two buildings and moving one to that west spot that I think you said is quite steep.
Yeah, it's just too steep. The one thing that we did, Martin, I'm going to say something just to see what they think, but the one building, the A2 building, I think can slide to some degree to the west, okay? And the parking could switch kind of, I mean, I don't think it's not totally as efficient. We got to play with it. I think at one time we looked at it, but then, do you have anything to say about that, the problem with that?
Yeah. Come up to the mic, please.
It gets tighter, and there's not a huge front setback off of that building to where the parking's being added on Rue Ivy. As you slide it to the west, it gets tighter and tighter. One thing that's in the development code that could, if this is something that's being entertained, that could help is typically the town, when they approve parking in the right-of-way, it has to be standard length, 18 feet. If we were allowed some compacts as that curve starts to develop, that gains 4 feet, and that may, I can't say for certain it all works, but that gains more space to where it could slide more to the west and maybe get parking on each side of the building if that's what you're going after.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be a real improvement or benefit. Put the parking on both sides. I mean, the parking on the east could have more encroachment than the building would need to have.
And that's really what I was alluding to, is that building would slide, and then we'd basically switch the parking to the other side or some portion of it, and that would further, remember that's going down a hill, so as you move it down the hill, its mass declines.
Right.
And then you obviously have more opportunity to screen potentially, so those are the trade-offs, but it could be done. There is physical space to do it, especially if you give us that compact freedom on the turn there.
Okay, thoughts? You like that?
Well, to me, it seems like you're taking the massing that you see from the road, but then you're making that whole entrance to that neighborhood and possibly the existing residences, you're putting it in the shadow of that building, and you're making that feel more crowded. Is that a fair trade-off?
I think it would be a little bit of both. I mean, we would, if we're putting parking on both sides, yes, it might make that feel a little tighter at the entrance and maybe not as inviting. I mean, do you think those buildings would provide that amount of shade? I don't know.
There was a solar study, I think.
Just for clarity, that new building will not shade anything existing at all.
Can you pull up the shadow study for me? I just feel that it's getting really close to that one building that is northwest of that is then going to lose
see
its
what you're
sun.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Martin was talking about, does A1 that has a pad grade, are you clearing and it's going to sit at road level, at the street level?
A1 in
the
southwest corner?
No, it's shown as I think it's just misnumbered.
I'm sorry, A1.
The
Okay.
southeast.
Southeast
yeah.
corner, sorry. That's in cut.
Uh-huh.
That's probably at the rear of the building, 6 to 8 feet of cut, because we've got a wall of about almost 6 feet, and there's a slight slope there. So that's in cut in the back. So you're almost going to lose half.
Right. So
Half on the view from Gales looking, and also from the highway, you're probably in a similar cut situation.
Okay.
And I think that's what the perspective or the simulation that they provided kind of shows, that you're losing kind of half a level as you're looking from the highway side. But back to this conversation of sliding, the only danger you have, we have looked at this many ways, and it does feel from our perspective the right location, because when you do start playing with the slide, you're going to probably add more asphalt because you'll end up with an additional aisle.
Right.
And and that always loses parking spaces or requires more grading. So,
Yeah.
I mean, just other things to think about.
Yeah, no, everything seems to be a trade-off. It seems like we might be able to get a berm on that east side, that could be landscaped if it didn't intrude on the existing trees, or could be creatively designed. But the fact that the building's going to be set down, like Martin said, 6 feet or so, that brings it down quite a bit, more in line with the typically allowed height, less than 35 feet.
Add a little berm to that.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I think
around that southeast corner, I think would be really effective, a landscape berm, even with the diminished height.
Yeah.
I mean, all around it could have that, and at the parking area as well. I mean, the property to the south is extremely treed, so whoever comes in next could strategically maintain trees. Not that anything's proposed, but I appreciate the kind of we're having a trade-off conversation, which I think is important. I'd like to move forward and kind of come to some consensus. I would like that they move, as Susie had encouraged, moving that picnic area in the northern part of the site to the west. Caleb, it sounded like there was openness. I think that would make a difference.
I agree.
I also liked the centralizing of the play area and expanding that. I think makes a lot of sense, expanding on an already, existing, yes?
I like that. I just feel like the existing folks, it might turn into like a true kids playground and be disruptive of some of the existing homes with the increased density. So I actually like the idea of having 2 separate playgrounds.
Okay.
And can I say something?
Of course.
Sort of in a trade-off for losing our decks, how about we just have more exterior amenities? Does that make sense? Like, yes, expand that, expand the central playground and have that other playground. Put in both of those picnic areas. Like, let's give them spaces to be outside since they don't have decks.
I like that. Yeah. You guys okay with that?
That's a great idea.
No? Okay. I like the emphasis on using the dirt on the site, not hauling it off. I still think if we could get the skylights in those upper units, that would, and perhaps redesign.
I got to push back on that. I mean, I think that's out of our purview.
It's not at all out of our purview.
Interior floor plans?
No, it's spatial. It's the efficiency of space. It's the habitable living space, quality of life. It's not off the table.
Okay.
I mean, they don't have to. That's fine.
I agree with you that it's not.
I think it's a matter of moving a couple walls to create a much better layout. On many levels.
I think that I agree with you from the perspective of design that it's not ideal, but if you were to go out, in my opinion, and poll these people that don't have a place to live, I don't think they're going to care. I think it's more important that they have a place to live than if we think the layout of 6 or 12 units is absolutely perfect.
I hear what you're saying, but there is an inherent kind of spatial experience. People may not even be aware, and if you can make something better, it enhances a person's quality of life just based on the spatial planning. I get it. I know where you're going.
I don't have anything else to say on
I don't think it's a lot to ask, but yeah. Okay.
But just the light tubes or the skylights would again only affect 4 of those because of the top stories.
Yes.
So 2 on each building on the top floor.
Yes.
I'm not against it. We do have light tubes in our house, and I will say They kind of leak sometimes when it snows.
Yeah, and that's something I've only seen them in non-snow country.
And it may not be leaking, it may be condensation, dripping. There is a little bit of water.
Okay, well, I don't want to make a situation worse because of my desire for natural light and better spatial planning. So if you guys don't think that's a good idea, we don't have to.
I'm okay with leaving it the way it is.
Okay. I just don't want my name on that.
I'm fine either way. We still love our light tubes, even though they trip a little.
Yeah. They can put their bikes and
so landscaping. Do we want to talk about that?
Yes. Yeah. Do you want to?
I mean, I think, preservation of existing trees and then really working on a super robust plan on that east side. It already looks fairly robust, but I think it's just a matter of making sure we can save what we've got.
Yep.
Madam Chair, could I just offer one thought there on the landscaping?
Yes.
We can't make this a condition of approval.
Okay.
No, that you can.
Oh.
The one I'm about to say. Because it's not in the applicant's full ability to necessarily do it, but they could work with us and we could work with Caltrans to plant some trees in Caltrans right-of-way. They can't guarantee that, so you can't condition it,
right.
But you can ask staff to work on that. Admittedly, those trees are going to take a while to grow. I get it, but if we're space constrained, and what you're looking for is more screening, the big chunk of right-of-way there that's got some. It's not that great looking actually in part of it. So, I can't guarantee it. We have to get permit, but we've done it before. So anyway, that might be something you can after the whatever you do here, you might just make that a suggestion to staff that we work with them and see if we can make that work. And
it could be part of this in that it could be part of the mitigation for the 359 trees lost, couldn't it?
Again, they can't. You can't require of an applicant something that they could not do.
Right. Well, no, but you can require that they plant trees in other. That's one of the possibilities, not just on site, but planting trees.
You could, but they can't necessarily guarantee they could plant trees on someone else's property. Right. I mean, the problem here is just you're out of space, right? So my thought was, we've got some space, we just don't have any control of it, but it's not unheard of to get a permit from Caltrans to do that. So it's just something we can look at. I don't want to make much.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Why not? And like you said, it's a pretty unattractive area, and it's kind of a parking and car rent or car sales spot.
Do we need to talk about real quick the 4 exceptions: the setbacks, the head-in parking, the height we've talked about a lot, and then the private exterior space we've touched on. So it's the other 2, that just the setbacks and the head-in parking.
And I think, and Yumi can correct me, because of the affordability component, they're entitled to these concessions. I'm okay with them.
I just wanted to make sure we were all on board with.
Yeah, no, it's a good point to bring up. My only concern about the setbacks was that that the neighbor to the south, the Gales Trust, has been adequately noticed, and if they haven't had any comment to push back on it, then I don't have a problem with it.
That was my concern as well.
And that was something I did want to make note of, just the public comment. I mean, it's been overwhelmingly positive and supportive. We did have one kind of vote in opposition, which the comment really felt like more like they were referring to the property next to Hennis Flats and not really this one, but it may have just been a collective not wanting, these affordable housing projects in proximity to their house. But overall, it's been positive. I'm like coughing.
I would have liked to have heard from Frischman Hollow residents existing, but if you did your workshops and
I figured since nobody was coming out in opposition, that was a positive. Okay, so moving forward, let's see. How are we feeling? Are we ready for a motion?
Can we request larger trees be planted? I mean, you can plant 30-foot tall pine trees pretty easily.
They grow slower.
My only pushback on that from a landscaping standpoint is they often have a greater tendency to die. The younger the plants, the better chance of livelihood or survivability.
And they tend to grow quicker. Within a couple of years, you kind of plant the right age tree, it tends to do a little bit better, because the older trees tend to get they get a little balled up when you try to get them out of the nursery.
Yeah,
root bound.
I think we should require permanent irrigation, at least until things are established. But we could definitely have a robust landscape plan and berming, and with the intent of screening, and then the materiality that the goal, our initiation from Planning Commission directive to staff is that the applicant provide material samples and really use those to find compatibility with the existing buildings. I think would help.
So are we talking about a sample board here, that it's get reviewed by staff at town hall, or are we talking about a mock-up out in the field?
We could do both. I mean, I think if they could provide the real material samples to staff, and then, upon construction, they could do it as well.
And that would all be managed at the staff level?
Yes.
Yep. Is that okay with the staff?
Yes.
What is the process with generating, or I should say reviewing, this robust landscape plan, berming and that sort of thing?
We could provide that to staff, or, staff could take the purview.
And you could delegate that discretion to us and not require that it come back, or you could require that once we get to a final landscape plan, we bring it back to the commission. It's your choice.
I think actually I'd rather like to require it does come back to the commission, because I think that's kind of, for me, like the biggest condition.
It shows the berming as well.
It shows the berming and the trees and the number of trees and where they're going to be located. And
in the landscape plan, could be a deferred submittal so that they could continue the process. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would that include also more exterior spaces to make up for the lack of deck?
If I may interject on that point, if you do want to go down that route, I would suggest that about the additional outdoor amenities to offset the reduced private exterior space, I would suggest that you ask the applicant team if they're willing to accept that condition, since they have already met their exterior amenities requirement and they're asking for a concession for the private exterior space. So they may be amenable, and I would suggest you open it up to them.
Yeah,
Gentlemen, what say you?
Okay, so the specific request, if I understand it, is you want to see the landscape plan again as a commission, right? Mm-hmm. And then included in that landscape plan, you want to see the other amenities proposed as a part of phase one that really are meant to kind of cover phase two. Is that correct?
Well, like you had said, well, maybe we don't do that natural play area. Maybe we expand the playground that's already there. And I'm saying maybe we do both.
Yeah, no, I got it. So yeah, that's all fine. I am okay with that, and I am okay doing more to the phase one property for the sake of the lack of decks on the phase two property. And I am okay with bringing back a plan that incorporates that plus the landscaping, so you can see it one last time when we're ready to present that, but not be delayed on our approvals tonight if you do that. And then moving forward on the project. That'd be okay with me, though.
Okay. I just thought I had something and I forgot to bring it up. I have concerns about the building to the east and the access of the play area to the west, and I think it would be helpful to perhaps have a sign that might show a parent and a child walking across the street, or kind of. I'm concerned because Frisch or Rue Ivy is kind of long from Truckee Way, and that people may not be slowing down. They may be maintaining a higher speed, and they're not really conscious of this being a housing development. I mean, well, yes or no. But wanting them to be cognizant that there are people crossing the street, there are families, and there's this play area on the corner, and providing some awareness or something.
Like a visual speed deterrent.
That,
speed bump?
Yes, yeah. And something that would slow them down and make people aware, stop looking at your phone, the kids are crossing the street. I had it in my notes, and I forgot to bring it in, but
Yeah, that's fine. And I guess I would default to a little bit to the town itself because it's their road, right, in terms of anything with a speed bump or anything like that. But certainly signage or slow down. I mean, you see kind of the makeshift ones of the little,
yes,
green kid with a little thing. I know not that, but, something that's permanent, we're happy to do that.
yeah, a sign, but if we could, Todd?
We don't allow speed bumps on town maintained roads that we plow. Right now, we don't have a policy for that, so
Okay.
there would have to be a no on that one.
Okay. Any way to slow people down? Maybe a 25
Striping or
miles
something?
an hour? A what?
Like a striping or
Yeah, we can use striping and
Yeah.
that kind of thing. That's what we use things like roundabouts and narrowing the roads and that kind of thing. But we could probably look at like an option to stripe it.
Right? Gosh, there isn't one.
Probably striping would be
Yeah.
striping signage would be your best option in this case.
I would really like that. I just slow people down, be aware.
Were we going to try and add like something on the ends? Remember how we talked about,
I still would like to see if there's anything architecturally you can do to the outside to break up the big masses.
Like add a shed roof over the
I
windows.
don't know because I'm not an architect, but he said they could look at it.
Yeah.
How does the rest of the commission feel about the cement board siding?
As long as it doesn't look like, Coburn, then I'd be okay.
That's, cement board siding.
Yeah, I don't think it looks good.
I
And
mean, I think
then the
generally
thin metal.
darker colors work to your advantage with that. All those materials. The metal also. I mean, I think just darker colors hide way better than light colors.
I agree.
And actually, the renderings and the elevations are all not that dark.
Yeah. Well, their existing buildings are on the, darker reds and browns. Maybe moving more in that direction. What do you think? What is your proposal other than cement board?
I just wanted to take your temperature on it.
I think the existing is probably cement board, but textured. And I think it looks fine. What's at Frischman Hollow now?
Can the applicant speak to what that is?
Textured.
Yeah, that's I think with hardy board or the fiber cement siding of any kind, which is I believe that's what it was if I remember right. It's really about maintenance. It's about painting it regularly. Hennis I know is that way as well. It's fiber cement and it's really about maintenance. So if you let it go a long time, you're right, it falls apart. But if you're routine with your maintenance, it works quite well. And that's what you got to do. And that's what we do.
I think.
Okay.
I think
I'm
phase one looks good, and I don't know if it's because you guys have maintained it, but it looks good. And
I'm good with that then.
Okay.
I don't want to get too far into the weeds and trying to hamstring this whole thing. I mean, I think we were able
tell them how to design their project. And
that was you. I think that we can probably start to navigate the language of a motion here.
Okay.
It sounds like I don't want to be taking your job here, but.
Sure you do.
And do you guys at that end feel all right with looking at some small exterior architectural changes?
Yes.
Yeah, agreed on the east elevation, especially on A2. That's going to be right against the highway.
Question for your commission, is that staff discretion that you would like that to be processed through, or is that also something you would like to return? Because that may also be something we would want to talk with the applicants on timing, given that some of the units are under construction.
I'm fine with leaving it up to you, but I don't know.
I mean, I almost feel like if we're already going to be looking at a landscape plan and revised play areas, and maybe that's something we look at as well.
It's all tacked on, really, anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
It wouldn't slow down the process of the rest of it, right?
Yeah, to be clear, everything on the exterior is, the siding, colors, that's all flexible. And if you wanted to see that again, that would be no problem because that's not a critical path item.
Right. Okay. I'm fine with that.
Me
if you
too.
guys want to
Yep.
see it. Okay. We do have we have items to consider as we structure this motion. I'm not sure I have them all written down, but, no, go on.
Yumi's got.
Oh, wow, yes.
One
Yeah,
question
look at
was that there was some discussion earlier about adding more landscaping to screen A1 from the path. I added that in there. But.
Yes, please, thank you. I would like that. Ideally deciduous, aspens or something, be nice.
That'll be part of the final landscape plan for your review.
Okay.
Does this include are we talking about a secondary play area also?
Centralizing. We were going to maintain the existing proposed play area and expand the ones in phase 1. Now
it's under the landscaping under this third bullet point, more outdoor amenities to offset the reduced private exterior space, and that'll be at your purview under the landscape plan review.
Okay. I will make a motion.
I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. I just wanted to make sure you caught under the bring back to planning commission that you wanted to look at the exterior of the building materials, and so maybe that moves up to under the purview of planning commission.
Mm-hmm.
And when you make the motion, I just didn't want you to get so.
Thank you. Yeah, do you see it?
I see it, yeah. Okay, I'll make a motion that the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2020-04 approving this project, including the revised conditions of approval as posted.
And including the ones from the staff presentation?
Yes, please.
Second.
Okay. Carissa, may we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Tarnay?
Yes.
Commissioner Hall?
Yes.
Chair Riley?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gove?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I add just one quick 50,000 square foot comment from as town manager? Thank you for this great discussion. You guys went through tons of details. Appreciate that, and appreciate the applicant team and staff going through those details as well. But jumping up to the big sort of policy question, just pure policy, I think everybody recognizes the affordable housing need. I want to recognize the applicant team and our staff team. This has been the fastest, smoothest, most amazing effort I've seen ever, from beginning to end. I mean, it was admittedly a bit of a head start over there with Frishman 1 and a lot of experience in Truckee, but very, very impressive. And the enormous amount of work that went into that compressed time frame to get you here. We can work on all the details, but anyway, I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that because it's pretty rare.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. From a historical standpoint, I walked the site for Frishman Hollow 1 a really long time ago, and I remember thinking how incredible it would be to have a development there and the amenities, and I'm really appreciative of everything that's been done by this team, and it provides confidence in making decisions to move forward. And I appreciate hearing from you, Jeff, about kind of how expeditious it was, and I think that speaks to the level of work that and the quality we're dealing with. So, thank you.
Can I say one more thank you? I just want to say that I really appreciate that it's close to 49% of the new units are 50% AMI, and that's great. You're not going for the ones that are easier to build. You're going down the line and helping the folks that need it most, and thank you.
And just a quick note that the appeal period ends on March 9th at 5 p.m.
Thank you, Yumi.
This process is
Okay. So we're on to staff reports.
We don't have any staff reports this evening.
Okay, makes it easy. Information items.
I do have some information items. I'll make it quick. So next month, we've already got a full agenda for your consideration. We have a small residential subdivision and residential project with a total of 6 new units out off of Donner Lake Road.
Not a subdivision.
Sorry?
Not a subdivision.
Oh, not a subdivision. Oh, that's right. Sorry, my apologies. Not a subdivision. 6-unit residential project off of Donner Lake Road. We have an appeal for your consideration. This is of a community development director historic design review project that's been appealed. So that'll be moving forward to the commission next month. And then we have potentially 2 items, not totally sure yet. One is a project I've mentioned a couple times on West River Street. This is a historic rehabilitation, a subdivision, a plan development, and a bunch of other things happening. We don't know if that's ready, but it's getting close. And then we possibly have a new building, including mixed-use industrial and residential at the end of Industrial Way. Not sure if that's happening yet either, but the first 2 are for sure will be before you in a month. And then I'd also, I was not here right on time when you started, but I would like to introduce Carissa Binkley, the woman down at the edge of the staff table. We're delighted to have Carissa. She's our brand new administrative technician. She did great tonight, and we're really happy to be fully staffed finally after about 9 or 10 months. So we're stoked.
Welcome, Carissa.
Yay, welcome. And our next meeting's on St. Patrick's Day. Is that the 17th?
Yes, it is.
So maybe we'll all wear green. And drink green beer. What? Yeah. Or Irish whiskey. That's not in my mind. Okay.
Noted.
Sound good?
Yeah, that's on public record now.
Okay. All right, and was that all, Jenna? Your information?
Yes.
And we'll move on to commission member reports. I'll put the direction to Susie. What do you want to report?
Thank you. Going back to just after our last meeting, there was a January 28th town council meeting, very exciting. Solar project at the Courtyard was kind of put on the back burner. I have met with some folks in Truckee trying to get more citizens involved in local politics. So I did that in beginning of February. I actually met with Susie Sutphin about trying to do the Sierra Growing Classroom. And there's some issues, so that might not go forward, but she's still looking. Good Morning Truckee, where Commendatory was a speaker. Another town council meeting. And then I went to something called the Sierra Camp, the Climate Action and Mitigation Partnership, as the representative for the town. So I will submit a little report to that, to the town council on what that was. But mainly it's a sort of a clearinghouse of funding opportunities for climate action and mitigation aspects of projects. And some updates on what the legislature is doing in relation to those things as well. I did, Cassie Habel, Steph Olivieri wanted to meet about the bus depot possible location, so I met with them. Climate Subcommittee on February 19th. And then I visited all of our 2 sites as well outside. That's it.
Great, thank you.
Nothing to report.
Well, you were at GPAC today.
Oh, I've been at plenty of meetings.
Just, want to put that out there. I just wanted to call the public's attention. We were made aware today that there's going to be a community-wide general plan workshop on March 26th at 6 o'clock here at Town Hall. So everyone who's listening, I encourage you to attend. It's going to be really informative and kind of highlight the work that's been done and how important it is to get the public involved. This is the future of our community. And that's my report for tonight.
Nothing to report.
Okay. Mr. Gove.
Let's see. I participated in the North Lake Tahoe Truckee Leadership Program here in council chambers, where we had the class of 2020 come in and do their practice speeches to different various boards. Judy Price and I were up here with Karen Wilcuts, and they're doing a great job. Another great leadership class coming out.
Oh, that's great. Good for you. I did that a long time ago.
Graduate as well.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? I'm going to adjourn this meeting until the next Planning Commission meeting on March 17th. Well done, commissioners. Thank you.